Я не можу цього зробити. Я не можу цього зробити, тому що ви кожного дня падає, бомба на мій дім. Кожного дня. Ви думаєте про те, що я більше не побачу свого брата. Що я більше не побачу свою матір. Мене це бісить. Я не можу підтримати це в собі. Я хочу кричати! Через те, що я не можу побачити свою матір. Я не можу побачити свого брата, не можу побачити свого батька, я не можу побачити всіх, кого знаю. Це заїбан! Кожного дня думаю тільки про те, як ви побачите вживу свою матір. Але я не можу цього зробити. Я не можу цього зробити, тому що ви кожного дня падає, бомба на мій дім. Кожного дня. Ви думаєте про те, що я більше не побачу свого брата. Що я більше не побачу свою матір. Мене це бісить. Я не можу підтримати це в собі. Я хочу кричати! Через те, що я не можу побачити свою матір. Я не можу побачити свого брата, не можу побачити свого батька, я не можу побачити всіх, кого знаю. Це заїбан!
Hi. Well, we're moving to crowd connection in Pastka elevator, and the artist of this event is osób and
Good evening. Доброго вечора. Today, here finally in our more or less classic slot, Thursday, 6 p.m. Central European time. And today we are reflecting, mixing and transforming some memories and materials from 24th February 2025. As we had kind of multiverse during these 24 hours, we were connected with more than 5 spots, places, even more than 7, I would say, and studios in plural, in Kyiv, also Tbilisi. And we want to try to get deeper a little bit in some topics, as replay, it's not only about repeating, but also rethinking. You just seen a short video from part of replay. It was Amanda Droszcz and Script performance on 24th. Also here is going on unboxing of package from Ukraine. Sofia is opening the door. Nova Post, actually, congratulations and greetings to them. I'm really happy that they are in Poland, finally, as now we can transfer things like in 2 days. And here we have kind of a dress, but in Ukrainian it's called stri. It's mean like usually stri means something more like official. For example, armijski stri. It means like special clothes of army forces. Yeah, and let's check up what is going on here.
We have here three, which one created by Koreiko Corset House, and which one we ordered as they drop a traditional collection.
Yeah, and also it's also I think important to say that it's kind of replay of classic traditional clothes, kind of rethinking of the topic. Also, I should mention that in the background you can see Hofsepp set from 24th February, and it was a part of crowd connection project which came to us from Open Call, and also today we will have a talk with them. Actually, it will be kind of the next chapter of it.
На Дімі таке би вообще. Просто велике. Стожари. Силянка.
Що значить селянка?
Така от прикраса. Голосно говорю, що це силянка. Прикраса така традиційна.
Весілля наближається. Окей. So let's listen a little bit for Hofsep, and then we will join conversation with Volodymyr Prelutsky and Nastya Kolotka.
This baby is goddamn useless. She can't do shit. I need her to do a backflip. It's no mess. It's no mess. Yeah. I wanna build it.
I got a question for you.
VAGINN. If you don't know what the penis or vagina is, ask your mom. VAGINN. If you
Start to become old.
sex.
That'd be nice.
The whole world is watching. The paparazzi is flocking.
Heaven is a place on earth with you. Tell me all the things you want. Heaven is a place on earth with you. Tell me all the things you want. Heaven is a place on earth with you. Tell me all the things you want.
Ma'am, we finally found your husband's killer. Would you like to press charges? Would you like to dress up for court? Yeah.
Get the hell out of my in Jesus' name.
Hey, y'all got Oxford up there? Where?
Okay. We've just listened a piece from Hofsep set from 24th of February, 24-hour multi-dimensional stream. And today with us we have Volodymyr Preludzki and Nastya Kolotka, organizers of Crowd Connection. Hello, guys.
Hey, Gamarjoba. Gamarjoba, everyone.
Kamanjaba. How are you?
We are okay, kind of.
Nice.
Okay. Could you tell us, please, how you came up with the idea of Crowd Connection?
I guess we are like, for a long time we wanted to make a concert, one of us, and like each one of us, and then we kind of collaborated on this idea because we've seen your open call and decided that it's gonna be a nice idea to apply for it, I guess. So it's kind of spontaneous in a way. Yeah, and we really wanted to kind of mix the contexts, so to show people that the local scene in Ukraine is kind of thriving in a way. We have people who listen to the music, you know, to basically show the world that everything is still happening here, I guess.
Yeah, Nastya?
Yeah, I agree with Vova. Totally agree.
Okay, but I think really great topic which you are raising in this project is connection between artists from Ukraine over the borders, right? Because nowadays community is kind of splitted on those who stayed in Ukraine and doing things locally there, and those who went abroad, migrated. And I think this bridge which you propose is also really important in these specific terms of reconnection, actually, of Ukrainian scene, because like splitting out culture and artists, I think it's one of the most powerful tools in a hybrid war.
Yeah.
So when people from culture, creative subjects are splitted inside one country, it's really easy to manipulate. And another question which I would like to ask you is where you found the artists? Like you are friends or something, like how this happened?
Yeah, basically it's our friends, like yet, but in the future we think to like move forward and make collaborations with people who we don't know, and yeah, but now because we are like already in this like scene, Ukrainian scene, Kiev scene. So we basically know these people, and like we select 3 of our friends, and I think yeah, in future we like go to like broader and I don't know, broader selection with this.
Yeah, and also another thing is that they are friends, and like every one of them recently released their like merchandise or products. Basically, Hofsep released his I don't know what is this, a compilation.
Yes.
With like
on his label.
Yeah, on his label with people we also like and admire, at least some of them, because we like this this compilation. Then Ivan's Karina made his I don't know, jewelry brand kind of. He started it, so like we're encouraging everybody who watches the stream to go check it out. And also Timur John Object has released his cassette, so you can also try and look it up. I don't know, I can provide you with the links like after we finish. So yeah, we wanted to support them in a way because we like their stuff, what they do.
Cool. I mean, John Object is kind of close in a way with us. I mean, we don't have like constant contact, but for example, 1 year ago, or it was already 2 years? Yeah, 2 years ago, there is like one of the biggest music festivals of electronic and experimental music here in Krakow, but also they make like sub-festivals in New York and other places around the world. It's Unsound. So organizers invited him to play here in Krakow, but on that moment he was currently somewhere near the front line serving, and finally we made an interview. I mean, it was more like a talk between us, and it was pretty strong, like totally strong, and I love him very much for this like way how he tell things and how he communicate with people. Like I think he could be one of the possible future presidents of Ukraine.
Yeah, maybe that's for him to decide, I guess. Yeah.
If he would, I would vote.
Yeah. I guess he is basically he did a performance also on our concert. I hope some people heard it after he played. Yeah, so.
Cool. So, what are the plans? How do you like this way of thinking and working, this cross-border? I think it wasn't last crowd connection, right?
We kind of liked it actually, so we didn't think that people will come to our event like locally. We thought that it's going to be like 10 people who are like close to us and that's it. But then I guess it was like 50 people or something, maybe more even. We didn't really expect it on 24th of February, which is a Monday actually. Yes. Yeah. And yeah, we will plan next event or like also a sub event somewhere in a month, I guess. We didn't really plan anything yet, but we're we will try to kind of stick to this concept actually. So we will try to like mix streaming practice. So for people for Ukrainians from abroad, for musicians to play their music here, and and for people from the local scene also.
Cool. So UKRAiNATV will be in Kyiv soon, pretty soon, more or less, like in 2 months. Exactly in 1 month. And we will make like a pop-up studio there, and I think like we will start communicating and planning something together really soon. Maybe like next week we will have some.
Yeah, we are very open to this. Very open to this.
Okay, great. So what I like wanted to ask also about the venue and these circumstances in which you like happened to be that actually you managed the place like in, I don't know, in a few days. Everything was super unstable. As ceramic beats studio burned, and also we were kind of promoting their fundraising for renovation and replay. Yeah, so how you find these people from past kind? How you like co-working with them? Because I think it was really cool. Like sometimes it goes like, you know, a lot of things happen during the organization process, but here like everything was kind of like so smooth, like at least, you know, from outside, that we really admire like the way how you solved everything independently, and streaming and location. Yeah.
So basically it's the base of our like successful event. It's communication, and our friends, I don't know, the openness for us. Yeah, we just reach Sasha from Pascha like in a few days before the event, and he just say, yeah, great idea. So basically we hosted our event in Pascha. Yeah, and he provided us with all of the technical support, because we are kind of like
dummies in this thing.
Yeah.
You know what was the most unusual and unexpected? That the connection was pretty nice there, because usually internet is, you know, basic thing, but really often, I don't know, even sometimes we are going to some institution and it's like lagging all the time, but there it was like pretty great.
Yeah, it was modern. Like
Yeah,
mobile
the Pascha actually has no Wi-Fi. They're like existing for, I guess, like 7 months or something, and they don't have any connection whatsoever still. And so that was like our other friend who actually does kind of I don't know. It's called Miski Theater. If you know about it, the city theater. It's kind of a kiosk, right? Which functions right now as a coffee shop and some other stuff. Yeah, so he basically borrowed us this small, like, transmitter.
Yeah. And then it was like our communication with Vova. Yeah, I just built the like setup with my laptop and Pasca's like projector. Yeah, and the really tense moment was like 5 minutes before the stream, because we like check out this connection and this settings, and we found out that the stream is not working actually. So we just like with like this.
With shaking hands.
Yeah, shaking hands in this mood. We just did it like in 15 minutes. Yeah, I think it.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, it was really nice experience to collaborate with you. And maybe as a last thing, could you tell us a little bit about your background, like what you are into, what you are doing actually, like except Crowd Connection?
Well, actually, Crowd Connection is kind of a, I don't know, maybe a continuation of a text I wrote recently.
Yeah,
it was it's in Ukrainian, but it's kind of about this gap between Ukrainians abroad and Ukrainians at home, quoting myself here, and about the like this institutional gap in a way. So it's basically like a problem I wrote about, and then Crowd Connection was kind of born in a way after that, to like do something, not only like say that there is a problem, but try to connect these contexts between each other. I don't know, we are actually not doing music, so we're just
Enthusiasts.
yeah, kind of. So I do photography mostly, and recently I've started writing texts, and and making T-shirts actually also. You can actually check my T-shirts and then like check Nastya T-shirts.
I have no left.
Yeah, but you can print them again.
Yes. So yeah, basically we're just a duo.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know, we're just enthusiasts with cross media formats. We just, I don't know.
Yeah, we have some art practice background, I guess, but we are kind of, I don't know, at the beginning of this careers, if you can say so.
Yeah. So we're open.
Yeah, open for collaboration.
Yes.
Cool. That sounds great. And could we ask to send us this text, Vova?
Yeah, sure. But you have to translate it, I guess, because there is no translation of it.
Mm-hmm. But is it published somewhere?
Yeah.
And where?
Can I send the link right now?
It's
or,
by text.
Yeah, let's do it.
I can also send the links of, as I said before, of the artists that we invited to like promote their merchandise or whatever. So that's, and then, yeah, just a second.
Вправа на емпатію або квоти для домашніх українців.
Да, це правда.
Cool.
Ця штука. Ну, все по цей типу лінк.
А, це Центр Кавказ. Центр Кавказ.
So, okay. Yeah. So, I'm gonna send you the, yeah, sorry. I'm gonna send it in a few seconds, the links to the artists.
Sure, no problem. Włodek Pryłucki z Ukrainy. But there is also Polish language here.
Yes, of course, sure. There was like a kind of an interplay of kind of ironically speaking, that I'm in Poland or somewhere.
Mm-hmm. So this is kind of expanded publishing. You wrote a text and it continues with the event.
Yep.
And I think also would be cool to maybe contact you with Institute of Network Cultures and
maybe contact us with this.
Heart Loving and yeah, guys there like such kind of treatment of information.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know what is this institution you're talking about?
It's the greatest.
Okay.
Yeah, of course. We also will share the links and probably, I don't know, like link you directly to these people. And here we have second link is Bandcamp Hyper Kafkaz.
Yes. I really urge you to everyone. You have to check it out if you're into Caucasian things. Yes.
It's now in our background, like here. Cool. Quafa written. Yeah, I think we also will listen. Actually, I don't know. If it's published only on Bandcamp, probably we can turn on, I don't know, one track or something.
Yes. There is a Hofsep's track. It's the second one, so you can turn it on if you want.
Called
Kuro. Yes. We don't know what does it mean, but
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, everyone. It was super loud here, like my ears almost came off my head. One moment. Yeah, I'm trying to find volume, or probably I need just to adjust it here. So yeah, I will turn on. Oh, okay. We just heard Hofsep Kuro. Probably I'm pronouncing it wrong, but we invite everyone to check this. How does it call? Like album compilation, yeah, by Hyper Kafkas, super name, yeah. And here we have Instagram acute little things. 10 experimental things to begin with, born as a means of resilience. Each one is unique, a singular piece, ready to be seen and touched by you, but with a little twist. And this is like works by
Ivan Skorina, yeah.
Skorina, yeah. Acute little things. Check everyone, this one as well.
So it's made. This jewelry is made with like this I don't know, material that is used to connect parts of drones. You know. So it's, I don't know the word for it, but it's kind of, I don't know, maybe copper, but some like copper that is used to kind of in production of drones, actually.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Yeah. Okay, and here we have... Касет. Група Б. Мікстейп «Прозорі очі». Касета. Yeah, and I remember he was also like making a Група Б, aka John Object, fundraising and like giving these cassettes.
Yeah, he's still...
And now he has something open, like new, right?
Yeah, it's new.
That's basically his new alias, his new project. So he's not a John Object anymore. That's his new project, and John Object was exclusive for our stream, for our concert. So
cool.
Kind of exclusive, yeah.
Wow, it's our honor to see it and to hear it. Yeah, and it was really cool. And actually, in a few minutes, we will move on and we will turn on his speech one more time. We don't have it like from the beginning. There is missing maybe 1 minute of his speech, but anyway, it's so strong that even one word is meaningful. Thank you guys for this talk.
Thank you.
And let's be in touch and hope to see you soon.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
And we are moving on to exclusively John Object on crowd connection, 24-hour multi-stream. See you guys.
Hey, it's Xenia here. So we cannot hear what John Object is saying there in Pastka because sound got off. It was first stream of crowd connection, so we can't blame them for it. But I was there, so I can say that John Object stopped playing his music and said that he played just 2 his old songs, and he cannot imagine how could he still continue to play music when war is going on and Ukrainian people are dying every day. And he himself is in military now, so he just got 1 day off to come to this event, and he was invited to play music, but then he was absolutely unprepared because he was devastated after some, work in military. It was a very powerful speech because, as you can see on this red part of the screen, many people came to hear his music live, and no one actually was expecting that he just will stop play and start to give such a powerful speech. You will hear though a fragment of it later from my stream, because on our fortune it was I did a backup stream as well from there. But just wanted kind of to give you an context of what was going on.
It's gonna be like буде feedback, ні? Але да, прибери гучно. Sorry. I don't know if you heard me. I was just talking about how Germany gave us 10 tanks that were not serviceable at all. I'm just gonna say that again because that shit is, I think that every day, Russians are doing things that if they did this to any other country in the world, like, Poland or fucking Venezuela or whatever, any other country, this would be like a historical event in the calendar of the country. If they did this to the US, it'd be like the new 9/11. It'd be like the terrorist act that is like, has monuments, has streets named after it, but they do it to us every fucking night. Every night. Every night is like a terrorist act. And Americans go and elect a person who is a pedophile racist, who likes Putin, who respects him because he's just as much of a fascist. I don't really know how to... I don't really understand how America can be this country of freedom and bravery and military might and power, and they had Russia elect their president for them, and they're like fine with it. I don't get it, man. I really don't get it. And I used to love making music, but what's the fucking point? What's the point of the music? Can someone tell me, like, what's the fucking point? Because the music's not gonna save anyone, right? The Russians are still gonna kill someone tonight. Like, they're gonna send a rocket to Kiev tonight. You know it. Like, they do it every night. Like, it's gonna happen. Regardless of whether I play the music or I don't play the music. It doesn't fucking matter. And the people who are tuning in to listen, you can come to Ukraine, you can join the armed forces, you can volunteer, you can do medical work, you can rebuild the country, you don't even have to go to the front line. Like, no one's gonna force you to go there. It's always just the Ukrainians that go to the front line. It's never gonna be you. It's always gonna be us. What else? I mean, it's been 3 years of knowing that there is 140 million people in the world, in Russia, who are okay with you being killed. Like, there's 140 million people who think it's cool that you're gonna be dead tomorrow. That, like, they're assembling the rockets. Those people who are making the rockets in the factories, they have families, they have husbands and wives and friends and children, and they hug each other and kiss each other, and it's like, it's fine. It's just their job to make the rockets that will kill Ukrainians tomorrow. Not tomorrow, in a month or something. It makes me feel crazy, like the fact that there's 140 million people who are working every day to kill us, and it's like, someone's like, yeah, I mean, it happens, shit happens, it's like, it's fine. I don't get it. And I feel stupid talking to Ukrainians, because, you know, like everyone here knows, you know, it's Ukrainians here, they get it. I'm talking to you people behind the camera or something. I'm not talking to Ukrainians. What else? I had oh, this is interesting. I think that death can mean two things. It can be two kinds of death. I'm sure that whoever is listening, you have lost someone. Someone has died. Someone you know has died, right? Your grandfather, your parent, your, you know, whoever it may be. Maybe they had cancer, maybe they were just very old. Maybe they were in a car crash. But maybe they drowned or something. But the thing is, in Ukraine, a lot of people died because Russians wanted them to die. Like, it's a death that is not accidental, it's intentional. It's a murder. And I think it's hard to explain how different that is, because I've lost family members, you know, they have died naturally, which is, it happens, it's sad, but it happens. It's a completely different thing when a Russian comes to your house and shoots your father in the head. Like, that's different. That's not, it didn't happen to me, but it happened to a lot of Ukrainians. I think knowing that someone intentionally murdered your loved one is something else, and it's not something that any of you will know. Why? Because Ukraine is fighting Russia, not because, you know, they don't want to kill you. That's the thing, is like, no one gets it. Like, Russia, they would kill every American that they could, you know, if they could. Like, they hate you. Americans listening, they fucking hate you. Like, they talk about killing you on national TV. They talk about the ballistic missiles and shit. They talk about nuking Washington. Oh, Jesus. And you just don't get it, right? You don't understand that they hate you as much as they hate us. It's the same. They're busy killing us. And you're next. Yeah, it's hard to explain how this music, but this show I wasn't preparing. Like, I didn't have a show prepared. This is my old music that I just had. I did it before the war. I wasn't. I didn't have any time to prepare because obviously I'm in the military. I can't fucking do it. So I just dug up like the old files and played that. If we had to keep going, I had nothing else after like the first 20 minutes. Man. I mean, I really hope that you were watching the stream because you wanted to hear my music, because this is what happens when a country elects fascists and builds up a fascist government who wants to kill everyone. This is what, you don't get the music. This is what happens. You don't fucking know, man. Yeah, and also, like, I remember 3 years ago, there was this idea of listening to Ukrainians and, like, giving space for Ukrainian voices. And right now, it's a little bit different because Ukrainian voices are saying that you have to actually do something. You have to give us the weapons or protest or vote for someone who's going to help Ukraine. Or you may even have to go to Ukraine and fight and like help, volunteer, build community and build shelter for people and everything. And when the world realized that listening to Ukrainians means realizing that you have to do something, like when you have to actually go and do something, that's when everyone was like, yeah, I'm not gonna listen to Ukrainians. Let's stop because my head hurts or something. Like that's how I feel. Maybe it's not, maybe that's not what happened, but that's how it feels. That people decided to stop listening to Ukrainians because listening to Ukrainians was realizing that it's your responsibility too. Because Russia is not fighting with us, it's fighting with the civilized world. Russia is currently having a war with Germany, with France, with Italy, with Great Britain, with the US, with Mexico, with every fucking country you can name, except North Korea and like Iran. They love Iran.
И мы такие сидим, и мы просто первые секунды я не понял, что сейчас сказал. Я реально сидит, начинается в том,
I don't know, I feel like I'm being really annoying. Like my tone is not, I'm not a very good person. I'm not fun to listen to. I'm kind of an asshole.
Делаем проект для людей, которые сидят в
But
Украине,
Jesus, man,
приезжают за границу. Я такой, не, все равно и все сидят, еще масса человек, да, которые сидят.
I'm an asshole, but I didn't really do anything to deserve being killed. Right? I'm just a guy. Like I have strong opinions on music and whatever, but I'm not. I don't deserve the rock, and neither does anyone else in Ukraine ever. Like, not even the president. No one. And no, you can talk. Ви можете говорити, тому що мікрофон не підбирає. Можете говорити. Мікрофон не чує. I'm just saying that they can talk. Я навіть вас закликаю говорити і йти на бар і спілкуватися. Like, I'm just saying that everyone should just talk and go to the bar because мікрофон не чує. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'll talk for another 5 minutes and then I'm done. What else? The thing is, it's been 3 years and it's probably going to be years and years more. My father is a war veteran. He fought Russia as well in 2015 and 16. And if I have children, odds are Russians are going to try to kill them someday because the crux of Russian politics is trying to kill as many Ukrainians as possible. And well, as many other nationalities around Russia. Why? I don't know. Possibly because the only way to uphold a fascist government is to always have an enemy, is to always have someone who is your enemy. So they have to be killed, therefore the president has to be Putin because he's the only one who knows how to kill him. The moment you elect a democratic president who doesn't want to kill someone, that's kind of the moment where you have to rebuild your whole society. Because if you have a militarized society that's built around assembling rockets and tanks and buying drones from Iran, and you elect someone who doesn't need those tanks and drones and rockets, then like half the country is suddenly out of a job. They're suddenly jobless. So obviously Russians are going to keep going because that's what the country is doing. I mean, I understand that you probably expected to listen to the music and to now, because my music is pretty good, I know this. But first of all of it has been written 3 years ago, so it's pretty outdated at this point. And secondly, I just have some. You can come to Ukraine and join. You can have. We're fighting for you as well. It's not. which is evidenced by the fact that America which is another fucking thing. Like, because Trump that's pretty fucking obvious. Whatever the favor may be is not in our interest, you know? I mean, obviously the favor is they elect him president and then he thanks them by doing what they want. Anyway, whatever you would do in 1943, you are doing it now. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go have a beer. And I don't know, help Ukraine, because it's been 3 years. Thank
Hi guys, I just wanted to say that I'm a co-creator of the stream project UKRAiNATV, and I came from Poland actually to enjoy everything that was going on today and yesterday, and I just wanted to thank you all and everyone who's watching us on the stream. Hi there. We launched the stream in many countries today in case in case someone actually haven't heard what happened in Ukraine, and I just wanted to say huge thank you. I think they heard it actually. I think it's fine because on the stream microphone is only for the stream, right? I think. I wanted to thank you again because it's not our first time when we worked together. Well, we never met in private meetings. I just came from Poland, but your speeches are always just right in point, and I honestly hope that people will finally understand that Ukrainians are not only fighting for Ukraine but for the whole country. And many people still don't understand that, especially in Europe. I can tell that from the perspective of the person who lives in Europe for most of my life, and that is crazy. I have many things to say, but I won't say anything. I just hope people will still watch our stream. It was a long one, and it's gonna be even longer. Thank you, anyone. Дякую вам, друзі. I'm proving my Ukrainian, by the way. I'm not Ukrainian, but I'm trying to, розмовляти українською. So, thank you. Well, we can, I think, finish now, and the stream will go on. If you want to see everything which happens, you can follow our project. You're absolutely welcome to join our small community. And I
Reconnect
Покажи, коли буде звук.
Звук є.
Okay. Alright, so I will start. Welcome, dear viewers, on our stream dedicated to third anniversary of war in Ukraine. I'm currently in Kiev, in Ukraine, as you know where Kiev is located. Today is sunny day. No, I haven't heard any drones or bombs. Have you heard anything today?
I haven't today, but yesterday last night there were something like 250,
Yes.
247
Oh yeah,
or something.
yesterday was tough, but today I haven't heard anything, but we did got even 2 or 3 bomb alarms. Anyways, I'm sitting here just to let you know that we have started, and unusually today I won't be holding this interview because this couch is too small for us 3, so I'm giving the space for the guys to introduce themselves, and I will be right here near so you would hear me but you won't see me. So cheers.
Yeah, hi guys. Yeah, it's like probably the first time for me to participate in this streaming culture. I'm Sashko Protyag, and I'm originally from Mariupol, Ukraine, and I'm part of Free Filmers Collective, which is basically a group of filmmakers and activists, and we do a lot of filmmaking, activism, and for now we're also functioning as some type of humanitarian cooperative. Yeah, like this is briefly about who I am, what I am doing, and you?
Дуже приємно, друзі. I am Tom. I'm a journalist from New Zealand. I've been living on and off in Ukraine since just before the start of the full-scale invasion. I was here on that day, the 24th of February 2022. That's now, I think, burned into the memory of everybody who is in Ukraine. I've reported for a number of international outlets, including The Telegraph, The Daily Beast, and I'm accredited here to the New Zealand Herald. I'm from New Zealand. It's the biggest newspaper in my country, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to sharing as much of our experiences with you as we can.
Yeah, do you speak Ukrainian well?
Я трошки розмовляю, але like not good enough for a proper conversation.
Yeah, okay, cool. Anyway, yeah, Emil, and how did you decide to come here on the eve of the full-scale invasion? Like, what made you know?
So, thank you for asking. I was here originally. I came originally to Ukraine as a tourist in 2016. One of my friends from high school was in the UK where I was living at the time, and I was working as a defence and security researcher in the British Parliament. And he was like, let's go somewhere like kind of a bit out of the way that's not very well known that people don't really go to. And he suggested Ukraine, and I was like, oh, isn't that like really run down and poor and dangerous, bit of a shithole? And we decided to go there, and we came here, and as anybody who's been to Ukraine knows, it's actually pretty nice. Like, Kiev is a really cool city. The people were like really like entertaining and interesting. The city is beautiful. There's an amazing amount of kind of historical landmarks, different architecture. History's got a great city to got a really great feel and a vibe to it. Nightlife's fantastic, and I was like, yeah, I'd love to come here again. So as part of my job in Parliament, I ended up doing a trip in 2018 with a parliamentary delegation. We came to Kiev, and we also went to Kramatorsk and to Toretsk, which was then the front line of what was the war in Donbass, as it was known then. I guess, what do you call it? Like Pershi Vina? Or like, how do Ukrainians even call that first war now? I know you call the second one Povnomashtabne Vina, but what's the first one? And maybe you can talk a bit more about that because you are from Mariupol.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, I'm just kind of confused about the right term. I mean, like, kind of there is a consensus in the society that the real war started back then in 2014, and then we just got this full-scale invasion. But honestly, in Mariupol, Mariupol was just like Kyiv to some extent. It was a vibrant city, kind of developing with a lot of music festivals, with a lot of events. It just received lots of investments in its infrastructure. It was like some type of local, well, economic miracle, I mean, like kind of at least people from Toretsk, they would definitely wanted to move to Mariupol in East Ukraine. So it was like definitely kind of some success story of the Ukrainian government during those 10 years. And I used to live in the district in the easternmost part of Mariupol, which was closest to the front line. And we could hear explosions like from time to time, like pretty much, you know, all that time, you know, from 2014 to 2022. And actually like the war had started a little bit earlier for Mariupol as well, because we just had intensive shelling, like not on the 24th of February, but a little bit earlier. Yes, like in this respect, Mariupol residents were kind of used to living near the front line and at the same time enjoying like a very, very interesting cultural agenda, economic development, infrastructure development. So it was kind of like crazy. And this is like probably why many Mariupol residents didn't take the threat seriously on the 24th of February, because I fled from the city on the last train, and this train was half empty. Because yes, I didn't manage to persuade none of my friends, nor my mother.
And this is the 25th of February when the full-scale
exactly.
already started.
Because like people, they just thought like, come on, we had got used to living with those explosions and something. Mariupol should be protected properly. Yes, and like that's why very, very few people took this, like what was happening, seriously.
I actually think I'm going to jump in there because, if you don't mind me plugging myself a little bit, I actually have a book coming out on the full-scale invasion, and one of the first scenes is where the title of the book comes from. The title of the book is The Dogs of Mariupol, and I want to explain a little bit about where that comes from. So I was in Mariupol about 10 days before the start of the full-scale invasion, and I remember exactly what you're talking about. We would go around and we would talk to everyone, and we would say things like, what do you think, there's going to be a war? And they would always say something like, oh no, there's already been a war here for 8 years, it's just politicians talking blah blah, no one means anything seriously. And I remember we talked to one villager, he said, you know, is anybody preparing here? He's like, only God prepares in Ukraine. And it kept, I mean, I thought the most striking of all was when we went to one of the city hospitals, and I believe it may have been one of the famous hospitals that one of those horrible photos was taken at several weeks later, and we said, okay, so what's going on here? You get stockpiling beds, stretchers, medical supplies, you know, getting a basement or a shelter ready? And they're like, no, why would we be? Like, it's all normal. But I remember, and this is one of those memories that's just like super vividly with me, and I remember I included it in an article and I tweeted about it at the time, so it's not just sort of my memory playing tricks on me. The dogs in the city, I remember, they just kept barking non-stop, and it was really eerie, like, and this kind of really kind of rhythmic, like over and over and over and over again. And I remember going onto the beach at one point, and there was a woman, and she was surrounded by about like 6 dogs that just kept like barking at her. There was something up with them, and I don't know whether they, my sort of theory is that people were secretly kind of worried and concerned and not trying to show it, or not trying to believe what was coming, and that the dogs were sort of picking up on that, because they can be very, very sensitive to sort of human emotions and vibrations that we can't necessarily tap into. And obviously there's another
crazy.
Yeah. And there's a proverb, I believe it might be Irish, it says that dogs will bark before death comes somewhere. So you sometimes hear of like dogs coming and finding their owners just before their owners are going to die or something like that, and sitting next to them. And so I thought, and I remember seeing when on February 24, when the full-scale invasion started, I remember thinking, did they know, those dogs know something that we didn't? And so that's where the title of my book comes from, and it's one of the opening scenes of my book. But you're very much right about how nice the city was. I remember my fixer, just for people who don't know necessarily how foreign journalism always works, a fixer is a local, normally a journalist, but sometimes maybe a member of the city council or a police officer who is well known and respected in the community, and will do your translation and fix up all your interviews and things like that. So if you see a Western media report, probably about 70 to 80% of the work that's been done has been done usually by a Ukrainian fixer. And my fixer was the head, well, she was one of the main people in the local drama theatre, and so she was taking us around and telling us about, you know, the plays and things that they were putting on and all the things they had planned, and it really did have a feel of this kind of vibrant city that was kind of moving forward, and there was a lot of investment and there was a lot of infrastructure rebuilding, and as I said, it's one of the biggest tragedies that city just, tragedy but also crime, that city just almost got completely wiped off existence, and I can only extend my deepest sympathies to you for what happened there.
Yeah, so it kind of like dogs were some type of bad omen, yeah?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, because I remember that basically now when I rewatch all the videos that I took with my phone before the full-scale invasion, I mean, all of them just have some special meanings now.
Yeah.
Yes, just because like I remember that for some reason several days before the full-scale invasion, I noticed some girls trying to play volleyball on the beach, and it was like cold, and this was this bitter eastern wind, which is like so typical for Mariupol in the winter, and the girls were trying to play volleyball anyway. And later when I rewatched this video, I had this kind of idea like that maybe girls just thought that it would be impossible for them to live up to the summer just to enjoy like real summer volleyball, and that's why they were trying to have fun several days before like their life collapsed. So I mean, like, I have the same kind of feelings about most of the last videos, last photos that I took in the city, like that maybe we knew something, but we just weren't prepared to face it anyway. Because like I was like one of those Mariupol residents who just didn't care a shit. Because like I remember that my friend from Serbia, he just came to Mariupol to support us, and he just asked me about the possible scenarios in the future, and I was like local, you know, expert. I just like believed that Russia like wouldn't be interested in the full-scale invasion, that they would be interested in creating some kind of local frontline tensions, because like basically it would work out right, kind of economically. It would deter investments, it would deter kind of all this economic boom, cultural boom, like whatever, but it wouldn't create any problems for Russia in terms of global connections and something. Yes, so like I thought that they would be reasonable. I thought that they would be reasonable in their plans to attack Ukraine, and they turned out to be completely bonkers. That they were absolutely, I mean, like on the first day, I understood that that it would be a problem for me to stay in the city, because I was like really afraid of being captured, because like I was, you know, known in the city as an activist, speaking Ukrainian publicly, and I was like really afraid of being captured, and I realized that it would make sense for me to leave the city as soon as possible, and I just ordered 3 train tickets for tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and for the train in a week. And just the next day I just had to take advantage of the first ticket, because like we could see that the Russians were making huge advances from the west to Mariupol, like just like trying to block the city as soon as possible. So yeah, I mean, it's just like for now I just don't even know whether we had access, you know, to all the necessary information to accept the fact. Like I'm not sure like that. Just that we had kind of enough experience just to prepare ourselves for the worst.
Yeah.
Do you both remember the first day of war? How did it all started?
Yeah. So I'm going to be. Oh, I think I told you tell the story in our last stream, didn't I? Yeah. Maybe. I woke up about me and a couple of friends had literally gone.
You can do it again.
Okay. Yeah, me and a couple of my friends had literally gone on a bar crawl the night before. But that gives you an idea, right? Like everything was still opening, the cities were still like working properly, and everyone was like, okay, tonight really is going to be the night, because there've been a couple of false starts. I think everybody has talked about like February 16 as being like the big day, and then that came and went, and then I think February 21. But then that day was the day that Putin gave the sort of, you know, the big speech about annexing the Danard, Elenard, so-called. And then we were like, okay, it hadn't happened today, but something's clearly going to happen. And then 24th was the real day. And I just remember kind of my friend shook me awake at about 7 in the morning. Like I was, you know, a bit hungover, and she was like slapping me around and being like, Tom, it started. And I got up, and it was, and I remember like my phone was just exploding messages and notifications and stuff, and it was really, really weird because I remember going on, because I think for everyone has not a moment, there are two moments when the war started. There's the moment that you hear there is a war that is happening, and then there's a moment when you realize, oh, this is a real big deal. This isn't just some like more shelling in Donbass. And for me, I remember it was a video that I saw. It was just on Twitter, and it was of a bunch of helicopters that were just, maybe about 6 or 7, that were just flying over to what turned out to be Hostomel, dropping flares down everywhere. Another video that I think came from, maybe from Bucha, one of those towns that the Russians had got to, just absolutely destroyed, BMPs destroyed everywhere, and just going like, what the is going on? But then I went to the window, and everything outside, this is in Kiev, was just completely deserted. Like there was nobody on the streets at all. And we went down, and we kind of walked around. There were people like in the metros, you know, there were some cars. If they drove past very fast. And we later see, you know, there's a very famous photo that was of like both ways, like the way going out of Kiev and the way coming into Kiev. The way coming into Kiev completely empty. The way going out of Kiev, just car after car after car after car. You couldn't really hear anything either, because they didn't really bomb the center of Kiev at that point. Instead, they actually thought that they were just going to walk into Kiev, and the people with the Ukrainians waiting for their liberation were just going to hand them the keys to the city, being like, thank you for throwing off our fascist, you know, junta regime or whatever nonsense. But it sounds like so ridiculous to us, but they actually believed it at the time, and that's one of the reasons the Russian battle plan was so bad, was because they genuinely believed they would have the support of the Ukrainian population. And
basically for the past several days before the full-scale invasion, I was just working. I was working like hell, because we were preparing an application for another member of our group, Vasil, who was planning to make an experimental documentary movie about music traditions of Mariupol Greek villages. Mm-hmm. There is a big Greek community near Mariupol, and Vasil was planning to make a film about the music traditions. I was working just really hard to prepare all the documents, everything, just to submit this application. And exactly on that night, I basically worked until 3:30 or something, and then I just went off and didn't hear the first explosions at all. And then I just got up, woke up at 9 or something, and I just immediately understood that there was something suspicious, because I turned on my phone to check the messages, and I could see like tons of messages from the people I hadn't heard from for a long time, like some mates, like mates from Albania, like the country that I visited several years before, like a guy who was working in Sudan at the moment. And I just like realized that something was happening, because I received messages from all over the world, and all of these messages started like with, "Are you all right?" Yes. And then first, basically, I didn't know what to do at all. Yes, because I just understood that I wasn't prepared for health reasons just to join the territorial defense, and I just immediately started thinking about being involved in some projects to raise funds and just to bring humanitarian aid to the country. And I just like realized that it would be impossible to do that in Mariupol, that it would be better just to move to flee. Yes, and this is like something that I already mentioned. This is how just I had this crazy idea to buy 3 train tickets for 3 different days. Yeah, I mean, I just also kind of remember some other moments, like when I just realized that I hadn't managed to persuade my mother to flee, and I just had to take a taxi to go to the railway station because the public transport wasn't working. And I remember that for the first time in my life I was crying publicly in the taxi. And yes, because like I just at that moment I realized that I was leaving the city probably forever. Yes, and I didn't manage to persuade some of my friends. I just talked to and my mother, and like for the first time I was crying publicly. And at the same time I could see that the taxi driver was trying not just to look at me, but somehow I believed that he was sharing my emotions in the taxi. But we didn't talk about anything, because I guess, like you said,
no words were needed.
Yeah, no words were needed. Because before that, most people in Mariupol, they were kind of hiding from the reality, and now probably like everyone just accepted that the worst had already happened, and something that you couldn't even anticipate.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, and so you visited Mariupol 10 days before the full-scale invasion. Did you visit any other places in East Ukraine?
We went to one of the small villages near Mariupol. I think it was called Pavlopil. Is that right?
Yeah.
Pavlopil. Yeah.
Yeah.
And again, much the same story there. And again, we didn't see much in terms of troop movements or fortifications or armour being moved in, and we talked to the villagers, and they were like, no, it is what it is. It's just life's completely normal here. They were like, there's been a bit more shooting than normally, but not a huge amount. No.
Yeah, but basically we had these a bit more shootings episodes like from time to time for many years.
Yeah,
so that's why there are definitely people, and especially Pavlopol, they kind of definitely had reasons like not to believe like that something terrible was going to happen.
Yeah.
Another question. All right. Well, how do you feel Ukraine changed in these 3 years? Culturally, maybe.
It's a bit of a tough question for me to answer, because
you're here for a long time.
Most of my experience has been, I mean, I can give what I've seen. This may be just a bit free flowing and stuff, but so one of the things that happens is that at least this has been my experience with most people I've spoken to with the war, is like you were saying about Mariupol. You live in Mariupol, you just hear rockets and shelling and stuff. And the first time you hear a rocket or an explosion or a shell go off next to you, it's absolutely terrifying. The second time, a little bit less so. The third time, it's happened before and I've survived. The 10th, 20th, 50th, 100th time that you've heard a shell or an air alarm or an explosion go off, you kind of get pretty used to it. And so one of the things that I think is quite extraordinary in some ways is how life, especially life in cities that aren't too close to the front line, but even in cities relatively close to the front line, like if you've been in Kharkiv anytime recently, you'd be very surprised as to how life can go on almost totally at normal. You want to talk about culture, for instance. I think one of the very, very interesting things is how a lot of Ukrainians have used culture to sort of try and explain the war to other people. So one thing that I thought was very, very interesting, there's a museum that was, it's, where the motherland statue is, right? It's hard to miss. Anyone who doesn't know, it's a huge, big statue. It's got a shield in it. It used to have a sword, was it? Yeah, and it used to have the hammer and sickle on it. That's been taken off, and the trident is there. And it used to commemorate the Second World War. It was the Great Patriotic War, at least as it's known in Russia, which was ironic because that was supposed to be a war that was sort of a shared war fought by Belarus, Ukraine, Russia. Now there's a big exhibition there to the invasion of Kiev region, there's a bunker that's a recreation of a bunker, I believe, in the town of Hostomel, right down to the last thing of, this is what people would have had to eat. This is, where they would have slept. These are the medical supplies. Upstairs you have, I think there was one part of that exhibition that really shocked me, which is the passports, Russian passports from the soldiers, and they just were lying all over there. And you looked at them and, they're like 18, 19, 20 years old, and they would have just been kind of just mowed down. A lot of them had no idea they were even invading. This is one of the things that happened early in the war, is the soldiers were just sent being told, yeah, you're going on a peacekeeping mission. Like, literally, they thought they were going to just walk in and the government would fall right away, and they'd, become the conquerors or the dictators. In fact, a lot of what they were preparing for was, you were talking about, you were in danger yourselves. A lot of the reason that is the Russians had prepared these long lists, people who were activists, politicians, journalists, people like that. Those people were marked out for, probably anything in between torture and execution. So I think that's one thing that's happened. Sometimes a lot of culture has gone underground, and when I say underground, I mean literally, right? When I was in Kharkiv, there was it was a really nice art gallery there. I, for the life of me, don't remember the artist's name, but he was fairly recent, and it was just, underground in a basement. Nightclubs and stuff you can find. Sometimes a lot of the best bars and stuff are actually found underground, because that's where the safest place to gather a large group of people is. There is another side to that, though. And I don't know how you feel about this, but as the war has gone on, because I spend most of my time in Kiev, but I do occasionally travel to the front lines and embed with Ukrainian units and stuff like that. And when we talk about the cultural scene, some people talk about like the idea of a cultural front line, where there's, we're fighting against sort of Russia, both in the battlefield and the culture and stuff like that. And I noticed there's been a shift in the soldiers that I've spoken to. In the first year, they would talk about the cultural front line as a kind of, this is a really important part of our struggle. Later, as they went on, they started to express a bit of resentment towards that. Express the idea that, we find that people who are just artists or whatever are doing, they're not really contributing to the war effort in the way we are. They aren't suffering in the way we are. I've heard soldiers who've come back to Kiev be like, I find it really uncomfortable here because I feel people here don't really know what's going on, and like, they have no conception of life, even though there's, missiles and rockets and stuff. Most people here live relatively safe lives, and I use the word literally, like relatively, compared to cities close to the front line or the actual front line itself. And so a lot of soldiers have ended up being quite, I think, bitter and despondent. One other thing I find is sometimes, and this is one thing that's blown me away, soldiers, you go there, they're exhausted, they haven't had rest in years, they've maybe had 2 weeks off a year. And a lot of them, when they come back, if they get demobilized or they get moved into a position that requires them to be in Kiev, they are really depressed and they want to go back. They say, I don't fit in with life here. I feel like I've abandoned my comrades who are on the front line. Life here doesn't hold the same kind of value as it used to, because I feel like I know, I know where my place is, and that should be on the front line. And I wondered how you guys felt about that.
Yeah, I would say as a documentary filmmaker, I'm just like more focused on, let's say, like reflections on politics and culture than, for example, doing something for fun or like just some entertainment industry. And in terms of political questions and culture, there are definitely new division lines in the society. Like there used to be kind of a different set of these division lines. Like some kind of stereotypical thinking about West Ukraine, East Ukraine, like whatever. So there used to be a kind of a different set of division lines, and now there are new ones. Yes, like the one that you mentioned, there is definitely people who've been exposed to the terror of the war much more than other people. And there are also Ukrainians who kind of can afford to be escapist, like in this situation. Like I just remember one conversation that I occasionally heard between two young mothers, and like they were talking that about first aid courses for the teenagers in the school and how much they didn't like this idea for their kids to be visiting anything like that, because we just don't want our children to think about the war. And yes, and like this is kind of also, I just can see here another division line, like someone who can ignore to some extent like what's happening in the country, and some other people who just have to face the reality of the war to like 100%. Like there is also definitely much more sensitivity to the social economic injustice, because we understand that some like entrepreneurs, they're just taking advantage of the war to make huge profits, while for example yes, other people, they just really struggle and just for example can't afford to support their relatives who have joined the army, just because they just don't have any extra cash like to donate this money to support their relatives or friends' military units. And like there are kind of new division lines that are likely to form the new political reality. They're already forming kind of like these new ideas in the society, and they will probably be even more influential after the war ends. This is like something that I keep noticing all the time. Yes, that on the one hand, people are kind of have united. They're just kind of like still this feeling of togetherness in Ukraine. But on the other hand, there are kind of these new division lines which are making this togetherness, like slightly more problematic. So this is just.
I think that's absolutely right. I think there's a big, because the thing is, it's like, obviously we're in the stage where we're talking about an end game. I don't think an end game to the Russian imperialism and Russian aggression against Ukraine, but perhaps a temporary pause. That's at least the international conversation that's going on at the moment. Will there be a ceasefire? Will there be some kind of peace treaty? And different people have different ideas about how that might come about or whether that will come about. But yes, I think people are starting to think about a lot in society about how will society come back together? How will it deal with reincorporating a huge number of people who have fought on the front lines and are maimed, crippled, both physically and mentally? How will those people feel about the people who maybe fled abroad and stayed abroad the whole time during the war, right? How I remember I worked for a couple of days with 3rd Assault Brigade in near Bakhmut in about September 2023 during the counter-offensive. I remember this guy said one thing to me. He was like, my best friend, I joined the army in the first week, my best friend left the country, found a way to bribe his way across the border. Men between 18 and 60 are officially banned from leaving Ukraine, but everyone knows there are ways around that if you have the connections or you have the money. And he said, from that day, my best friend, who I'd been close with my entire life, he was entirely dead to me. All my friends are here. All my friends, all my brothers are here now. It's going to be real recriminations between those parts of society. It's like, it's a line from Blood Meridian, those who fought and those who did not. There's going to be this kind of real thing, did you do your part for the country when it was needed? There's going to be, a lot about how you reconstruct society after such catastrophes everywhere. There's going to be, I think we're talking about like preparations and stuff. I think there's going to be a lot of people who are very angry with the current government, because it's, I think, relatively well known now that the current government did not prepare for this invasion very well at all. It could have done a much better job in making sure society was ready to take the punch of the Russian blow when it first started. And I think it's underestimated, and I'll go into this in my book, how close the Russians could have come to taking a lot more of Ukraine. If a few things had gone differently in Kharkiv and in Kiev at the start, we could be doing this from, you know, Warsaw right now, to be frank. How do you see that happening? How do you see the idea of society? And also there's the worry about whether this could just start up again in 5 years, 10 years, 50 years even.
I guess like that we will have to do a lot of work accepting each other, because there is just one more division line that occurred to me about like from the one that you've mentioned about some guys fleeing abroad and some others just staying here and joining the army on the first days. There is another division line, for example, for me to talk to my friends who just had to stay in the occupation, because there is kind of expectation that once your territory is occupied, you just have to flee to the territory controlled by Ukraine, but it's not necessarily so. Some people, they just have to stay, for example, to look after their elderly relatives who weren't ready to flee, and this is a very, very common situation when elderly people, they just say that, sorry, we are not living anywhere, we just want to die where our land is. And I have some friends and colleagues who just had to stay in the occupation, and I'm just still in touch with them using relatively secure methods to contact. And I just don't understand, like, despite the fact that we are in touch in the early evening when they're definitely home and they will have enough time to delete their chats and just to prepare their phones for possible checks-ups in the street later, because like they just have to be super paranoid about everything related to communication, or even like just kind of hints of any communication with Ukrainians in Ukrainian. And like even if we choose the most sensible time to talk to, I understand that we have been living in the separate realities for already 3 years. They just had to gain very important skills to like conceal everything that they are thinking about. And I just kind of like feel it, and our reality is kind of different, and I understand that that there is kind of some type of disintegration between me, like let's say like surviving all these 3 years in the reality controlled by Ukraine, and them surviving in the territory like where kind of this democracy level, like this democracy rate or something like is kind of is as low as in North Korea or something. Yes, and I understand that we are learning to misunderstand each other, because they can't be open about their experience, and there is something that I can't understand about their survival strategy, and they probably find kind of my everyday concerns like also slightly out of touch with what they're having to live through on a daily basis.
Yeah, that's very true, and it's kind of not one that would have really occurred to me, because I think it's important to realise, I think it's quite impressive to show that in Ukraine, look, Ukraine has its problems. It has problems with corruption. It has problems with its courts and, fairly applying the rule of law equally among its people. But what it does have is it still has a relatively good freedom of expression and freedom of the press. You can criticise government officials, you can criticise military strategy, and you're unlikely to be, picked up and thrown in a cell. Try doing that in Russian-occupied Mariupol or anywhere, and it's a completely different story. It's still got relatively good freedom of, you can travel around the country easily, and, it doesn't feel at all like necessarily a state of war. It doesn't feel like a paranoid society. It doesn't feel like a police state, which it's very easy for a society that's in an existential war to fall into that. And I think it's really impressive, and we should remember that after 3 years, Ukraine has still managed to retain a lot of those sort of freedoms. And by the way, I made a point about this on Twitter a lot, X, whatever. who cares? And about saying that one of the problems when people talk about, oh, Zelensky's a dictator, Ukraine needs to have elections, blah, 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 is that it's not that Ukrainians don't want to have elections. They don't want to have elections imposed on them. They don't want Vladimir Putin to be like, your system, because this is the whole point about what Russia has been trying to say about Ukraine, not just in this war, but for decades. Ukraine is an illegitimate country. Your elected president and his representatives are illegitimate, and not your system of government and your constitution is illegitimate. Fundamentally, anything you do that's different to Russia is illegitimate, and so that's one of the reasons. Would you say that's right when we're talking about those issues, or would you have a different perspective?
Yeah, but this is like, I mean, we can definitely feel it like specific attitudes that you can expect from Russian nationalists, and unfortunately now from the majority of the Russian society. This kind of sentiment that Ukraine is some type of distorted form of Russian, and that we basically don't exist. And I guess that like, I don't think I just like can talk about that in detail, but this is like some attitude that we have felt and we have experienced from the Russians for decades. There was always this negative sentiment towards Ukrainians being some type of inferior Russians. Like, and we have to think about this problem as this is like kind of when cultural some prejudice bias becoming a pretext for like far right politics, like which definitely resemble the ones that were practiced by the German Nazis in 30s, 40s. Like it's very, very like recognizable when you are kind of blamed to be some type of fake nation. I mean, like there are no fake nations, and we have to respect everyone's right to identify themselves. If we believe that we are different, even like Russian-speaking Ukrainians in East Ukraine, they can speak Russian in their everyday life, but they don't feel like they're part of the Russian project. They feel Ukrainian, and like that's why we have to respect their right to identify themselves, not like try to impose some geopolitical fantasies that there is something fake about us that we have to fix. Yeah.
Well, I think one of the questions that always comes up if I'm asked about Ukraine is because people tend to have quite people abroad tend to often have a very unsubtle picture of the regional dynamics and the political dynamics of how Ukraine works. But one of the things you will often hear is something like, oh, all the people in the East, all the people in Donbass, they're all Russian, or they all want to be part of Russia. And I wanted to ask you if you could discuss that idea a bit, because in my experience it's normally not true. However, that said, I have definitely spoken to people who say, look, when I was growing up, we looked to Russia as like kind of the cool kids, or the culture that we wanted to emulate. Or I talk to people who will say, look, my elderly relatives will still sometimes say, oh, things were better when we were part of the Soviet Union and stuff like that. And it does seem to be a little bit more heightened from Donbass than maybe other regions of Ukraine that you might expect from it. I wondered if you could talk about maybe the experience in Mariupol, or what your take on that is.
Yeah. There are definitely people in Mariupol who have always been quite positive towards the this geopolitical project, and I would say that like before the full-scale invasion, like we could talk about, let's say, 1/4, like maybe 1/3 of the population in Mariupol. Yeah, and but like then we should think about like possible similar geopolitical scenarios like elsewhere in the world. Like, I mean, like let's say, just crazy American administration just making a war on Canada. You can expect that some of the Canadians kind of losing connection with the idea about kind of their political identity, their cultural identity. You can easily find like some supporters of such crazy ideas in the neighboring countries if you are pushy enough with your propaganda, with just your values and with your attempts to brainwash as much population as possible. Like in this respect, personally, back in Mariupol before the full-scale invasion, I was trying to find some kind of new points to contact those people who were kind of deeply suspicious of the Ukrainian project. I was just had some ideas that we could build some kind of common political platform anyway, like for example about working class rights, about just some other ideas that could kind of ignore this just division. Now I understand that I was quite naive and too optimistic about that. Yes, but we definitely, all of us knew that such people were present, and Mariupol was quite a big city with approximately 500,000 people. If you just get 25%, which is 125,000, it's a lot. It's already enough just to create a necessary picture on the Russian television. And, for example, to ignore other 375,000 people, including those people who, for example, who had already fled from the territories that were already occupied at the time, because Mariupol had a huge community of internally displaced persons from Donetsk, from Lugansk, from Horlivka, from the cities that had already been captured by the Russians by the time. So it's like kind of like tricky. Like definitely when you have such geopolitical ruptures, yes, and that are actively being promoted by the hostile forces, it's very, very easy just to create like kind of like this picture that, well, okay, I mean, there are enough people in East Ukraine who just want to be part of Russia, not part of Ukraine. It's very, very manipulative. Yeah.
One of the questions I've always wondered a little bit about people who we call pro-Russian, did they, in your experience, want to be part of Russia, or did they have another conception that it was like, oh, we think it would be sensible to have close ties with Russia because they're close to us and they speak similar languages and we have a shared history? That's one thing I've always kind of wondered. Was there a difference between those kind of people? Or did people who like Russia be like, no, we want to be part of Russia? Because I've definitely come across the experience. I remember Kharkiv was very big for this. When I would interview people in Kharkiv, they would say things like, we used to see the Russians as kind of a bit like family. Not family in the sense that we loved them and we wanted to be together all the time, but like we all had a lot of us had family in neighbouring regions, and we would speak a Russian dialect that was very similar to theirs with maybe a bit of Ukrainian words in it, and they were just kind of, you know, we didn't have a problem with them in that sense until the full-scale invasion. When all of a sudden they just started, you know, destroying our houses and our schools and our hospitals, and they turned this absolute savagery on us. And I thought that was one thing that I always was struck at. You know, people would say things like, you know, people would say, you know, like, I can't believe it. You know, I spoke to one person in Kharkiv the last time I was there, who was like, yeah, my cousin lives in Belgorod, joined the Russian armed forces, right? My cousin is literally coming to kill me in that sort of a sense. So I don't know, can you shed any perspective on that?
Yeah, and did you talk to people about that before the full-scale invasion too?
Not in the same sort of way, no. Because when I came to Ukraine, actually, before the full-scale invasion, the topic of the war wasn't really a big one, I have to say. First came in 2016, then again in 2018, then in 2020, and I would kind of sometimes ask people, and they'd be like, oh, yeah, of course, Ukraine's at war, but like in a kind of that's so far away and that will never really affect us kind of thing.
Yeah, I would say that in 2022, after the Kharkiv Oblast was liberated, we just visited some villages near Kharkiv and the city of Izum. And I was struck by some conversations with the locals because they just admitted to changing their mind completely about these family ties with Russia. They just kind of accepted that they had been that they had this illusion of just being part of the same context, of the same maybe even cultural idea, and they were kind of bitterly disappointed about that. And many of them, because of the tragedies, because they just lost not only their homes, but also their relatives, friends. And I would say that during our trip, humanitarian trip around Kharkiv Oblast at the time, it was their dominating topic. Like it was like something that people wanted to talk about in every single village that lived through occupation, and in the city of Izum too. So that's why I guess that for now I not necessarily communicate a lot with people from Mariupol now, but I guess that probably many Mariupol residents they just changed their mind as well. It's very, very difficult to kind of statistically estimate such things now because people are all over the world. It's kind of difficult to get this kind of concrete picture. But you can definitely expect lots of people changing their mind and being bitterly disappointed with the connections that they felt to Russia in the past.
Yeah. I mean, look, I imagine I would feel pretty similarly if we were invaded by Australia and New Zealand, because I think we had a similar sort of perspective, right? You know, they're near us, they're kind of similar to us culturally, you know, they speak kind of similar to us, but we are distinct countries with their own distinct identities. And the Russians seemingly could not accept the idea that Ukraine could be that kind of separate culture or the separate identity. It was the existence of Ukraine as an independent nation was a direct attack on the idea of Russianness, and I'll never really quite understand that kind of mindset. But that was what I think really, really shocked a lot of Ukrainians, especially in the east and the south, to their core. I mean, I would say, if you ever talk to people in Lviv, they will often be like, we always hated the Russians, we always knew they were horrible, we always knew this, we always knew that. But that's maybe a topic for another day.
Yeah, I also kind of, when I talk to my friends in Latin America, I also kind of giving these examples of, Argentina, Uruguay, like these neighboring countries. This is like kind of like helping to understand how absurd it is, how like absolutely nonsense, how like it's total bullshit, just like to believe that some identity doesn't exist and like trying to impose some other ideas by force and like literally killing thousands of people and destroying thousands of villages and cities.
And remember, I think this is a good way to wrap up. And remember that it starts with saying, these people are really similar to us, we have to make them all part of one nation, we've got to protect their rights. People talk a lot about Czechoslovakia in 1938, but the first country that Hitler took over was not Czechoslovakia, it was Austria. And Austria was a country that was very similar, linguistic, culturally and everything, to Germany. Hitler himself was Austrian. They took it over, and then from, we've got to take over that very closely aligned culture, it came to, there's these suffering Germans in Czechoslovakia, we've got to liberate all of them. All right, and that was when the Munich Agreement happened and they took over Czechoslovakia. And then it was, and now there's people that are suffering in Poland. And so it went longer and longer and longer. And it's like it starts with that sort of almost plausible on the face of it, we just want to reunite lost countries. But that's kind of how imperialism works. It starts there and then it expands and expands and expands and expands. That's what we saw from German imperialism, and I think that's what we have seen from Russian imperialism. We're just lucky that so far it's been stopped about 20% of the way in Ukraine, and it hasn't managed to get any further into Europe. So, I don't know, I think those are my closing thoughts, but that's the reason, that's why it's still important to be here and support Ukraine and tell a story.
Absolutely right. I just wanted to thank you too for this amazing conversation. I was right here hearing all of this, even like my tear was coming out from my eye when you were saying about Mariupol. Honestly sorry that you had to experience all of that. I remember we took a one of the most powerful interview was a girl who was surviving the whole occupation, and she actually now joined Azov, and this is insanely crazy. This woman is just so inspiring for me. This is wow. That interview was crazy. She was telling how this whole period they were saving people because she entered the Red Cross, and how she helped the Mstislav Chernov to film his documentary, as you all know, because he got an Oscar, right?
Yeah,
he got an Oscar. So it like blew up. So well, I just want to finish that with saying that it's 3 years already now, and it has not finished yet, and we don't know when it will finish. So please keep supporting Ukraine, keep fighting on any field you could find to fight for Ukraine. We are going now for a small break, and then we will I forgot the word. Reconnect with you for them. Reconnect was the word. Yes, reconnect for the absolutely incredible performance from the burnt ceramic bead studio in Kiev. So stay with us. We're gonna be back in like 1 minute.
Check. Słychać?
Check, słychać. Okej, a w jakim języku mam to mówić? W głośnym języku. Okay, I will speak in English. I will try. We are here to present you a new compilation of suck-puck records, labels, like, yes. The new compilation, which names Soothe. Yeah. You see it behind me, and you see this beautiful artwork. Yeah, here, absolutely right. So, Soothe is a journey into the fluid essence of truth, a mosaic of fragments, each as distinct as the mind that created them. Here, truth is not a static monument, but a shifting tide, refracted through the inner or outer worlds that shape us. Each piece is a passage, a glimpse into personal truth woven with universal echoes, raw and unbound by rigid form. Together, this piece abandons the need for orderly coherence, embracing instead the wild, uncharted edges of our collective perception. In Soothe, music becomes a mirror to our fractured wholeness, a reminder that the true thing often lives within the spaces between certainty and mystery. And in this huge compilation, also we as Opera Ritual with Klep, me, Sofia, present one song, which one has name New Disorder. And this song is about few things. It's about house, it's about goddess Mother Tiamat, Mother Dragon, and the few ideas which one you can hear inside of this song. Well, in this song we are present idea of black fire, which one actually known in demonical practices, like demon practitioners, demon core. Yeah, well, the black fire is the fire which one, it's actually not black, but it's called black. It's a purple fire which one every one of us have inside of us. It's another part of the tree of Sephiroth. The tree of Sephiroth is a journey to the highest level of your mind, but from perception of being prosvetlennym, olśniony. Nie. The highest point when you understand everything, but in a good way, let's say like this. And another part of the Sephiroth, which one not as well known, is I forgot the name. Okay, let's say. And Sephiroth and another part of the tree which are going under the ground. So this like demonical part of this world, like not bad, but not really more chaotic, more sometimes sneaky and eccentric. But like us, all demons, they are not bad. They're just a bit more interesting, let's say like this. And then we are built in our song like that you need to blow your black fire inside yourself, but black fire it also means воля, will, like your will as I speak, that is will, the power of your will. So build your will and don't be afraid of the dark waters. Dark waters is the concept of the house beginning of the whole world, the chaotic water of Tiamat, and everything was born. And don't be afraid of these waters to touch them. And sometimes someone lost their lives and brain in this water, but it's life. Let's go. And well, this is the whole idea, I think. So we are one more time thankful for House for giving us ability to be chaotic. But I remember one more thing that I spent a lot of time thinking what does it mean a house and what does it mean order and how they connected, because they're for sure connected. But so my thought also it's the house is the multiverse order actually. And house cannot exist without order, because order is the next step of house, and the next step of order is a house. And next, my idea, which one we put in this song, was that it's actually all. Thank you.
Yeah, and also shout out to Fat Frumos, our dear friend, who invited us actually to be part of this collective dreaming, I would say, in a way. Also, I have a green cover on my phone. And Gina, who managed to create a really good mix of all songs, actually. There is plenty of them, around like 50, yeah. Wow. Oh my God. Like, you can fulfill your day with this wonderful Thus compilation. And it was actually kind of hybrid production, as we used some hardware instruments, natureware, Sophia's wonderful voice, and of course Dove, because I don't know, it's much easier like to build deeper story using Dove, but actually I think it's only the question of like workflow. So yeah, and also there are a few samples from BBC archive, and also there is forbidden instrument, one which I used as well. I will not say its name because it's banned right now. Yeah, so thanks everyone, and I think yeah, it's cool that we have such labels and such communities as Sakpak, and I really appreciate and respect their way of functioning. and that they are like strongly anti-casual platform way of production and working. They asking you to not to use Spotify, please. And I'm asking as well. But there are 2 tracks of Operitol on Spotify. If you are already there, you can find them. As we're like in a moment of checking the possibilities of distribution. For example, as here we are restreaming on several platforms at the same time. The same is with the music, like there are distributors who make it for you for some money to distribute it to all existing platforms. So Bandcamp, we really respect Bandcamp as it is one of few really true platforms. Now they really respect artists and art and music. Like thanks God that there is Bandcamp. So let's listen to it and enjoy.
Enjoy.
your software, your hybrid software. I'm hybrid software, harder. My hybrid mind. Upload your data into my mind. Upload YouTube into my mind. Connect and reconnect, connect and reconnect your software. Your hybrid software. I'm hybrid software, harder. My hybrid mind. Upload your data into my mind. Upload YouTube into my mind. Connect.
Hello, dears. It's Ksenia from other side of the moon. Right now, you will see, шановні друзі, on Ukrainian, a talk on the exhibition of our friend Vitaly Matukhno, which took place in Kiev in Mistecki Arsenal. And I just came here to say that I need to blame myself, unfortunately, but I filmed this on my stream. I made the stream from it, so later we could use it and restream it, but my stream was gone. So we are showing now official video from Mistecki Arsenal, in which you will have opportunity to see a talk of Vitaly and curator Natalia about their life in DNR, because Natalia is from Donetsk and Vitaly is from Lysychansk. It was very powerful talk. I highly recommend you to watch it. Just one else thing I wanted to say, that exhibition is already finished, and it's called "Повторювані циклі або ходіння по колу," which means in English, how do I translate it? Like, I don't want to be unparticular in my translation, but recycling cycles or going around the circle. It's something like that. I think I can translate it like this. Отож, let's go.
Ми вже трошки почали ці ностальгічні розмови двох східняка і східнячки. І будемо їх, мабуть, сьогодні продовжувати. Я дуже рада, насправді, нагоді поговорити з Віталіком Матухно, художником, куратором і ентузіастом. І ми говоримо в межах його персонального проєкту, який відбувається в Малій галереї. І хочеться трошки поговорити спочатку про тебе. Коли ти нам запропонував цю виставку, я дуже добре пам'ятаю фразу, власне, з якої починався твій текст. І це була така спроба окреслити власну ідентичність тебе як художника, як куратора і як ентузіаста. І я би пропонувала, можливо, розкласти ті три, якщо так можна зробити. Чи, може, не треба, можеш мене поправити. Ці три ідентичності, бо для мене особисто, я не те, що відчуваю в них якийсь конфлікт, але, наприклад, я більше знаю тебе як куратора, мабуть, все-таки. Ця твоя ідентичність для мене більш видима. Тому розкажи мені, хто такий Віталій Матухно як художник, як куратор і як ентузіаст, і чи треба це розділяти, чи не треба?
Насправді, тобто, мені здається, що це слово ентузіаст – це прям загальне окреслення всієї моєї діяльності на протязі останніх 7 років. Бо починав я з такого, спочатку з молодіжного активізму, потім перейшов в культурний, потім дійшов до кураторства, до мистецтва. Ну, коротше, якщо окреслювати все, чим я займаюсь, то я можу це переліковувати, що я там займаюся електронною музикою, там роблю іноді кіно, фотографія займаюся, там мультимедійний митець, все таке, там куратор ще до цього. Ну ж, коротше, якщо всі ці титули брати, там, грубо кажучи, окремо, то якось забагато виходить, як на мене. І я просто, ну, тобто, в мене немає якогось професійного цього образування, насправді. Ну, тобто, все, чим я займаюся, це так чи інакше результат мого ентузіазму, мого цієї самовіддачі до Луганщини, до Донеччини. І більшість речей, якими я наразі займався раніше, всі вони створились саме через мій ентузіазм, через таке, типу, тунельне зріння, що я просто хочу зробити щось краще, або змінити щось, або зробити якесь висловлювання, і шукаю для цього, скажімо так, медіум, який наразі мені для цього підходить. Тому я якось зазвичай я намагаюсь не зациклюватись дуже довго на якомусь одному форматі роботи. Через це воно в мене дуже пригає. То це, як зараз, фото, то це там буду знову нойз скоро грати. Ну, типу, це все ентузіазм. Я не знаю, якщо це все прям поділяти на багато-багато частин, то вийде, мішанина вийде, типу, бо я це розумію, але я завжди був доволі локальним активістом, насправді, і всі речі, які я робив там у Лисичанську, та й, в принципі, що я зараз роблю, воно все направлено на банально одну мету. Раніше це було на розвиток, зараз це на те, щоб не забути, або пам'ятати.
Це, власне, я хотіла тебе запитати, бо вся твоя діяльність, вона так чи інакше пов'язана з контекстом Донеччини і Луганщини. І якби зрозуміло, що Лисичанськ – це дуже важливе для тебе місце, місто. І наскільки я зрозумію, коли ти почав свою практику, то це воно почалося якби з бажанням створити щось нове в місті, де цього не вистачає. І воно потім трансформувалось. І от мені цікаво, можливо, ти окреслиш, власне, місто, яке сформувало тебе, і як ти в ньому почав робити, власне, ініціативи для того, щоб зробити, власне, заповнити цей простір того, що тобі не вистачає. І, можливо, і моє наступне питання буде, звісно, що ти робиш зараз і як ти з цим продовжуєш працювати, але я думаю, що було б класно, якби ти більш широко розповів саме про те, як все почалось для тебе в Лисичанську.
В мене доволі комплексні стосунки з моїм рідним містом. Це в якомусь сенсі такі собі love-hate relationship. Це місто, яке насправді дуже важко любити було завжди, і жити в ньому було не те, щоб... Лисичанськ був хорошим містом для дуже спокійного, розміреного життя. Як для моїх батьків, для яких все життя – це там робота, дім, робота, і вони навіть в місто вже не виходили, бо казали, що їм там дивитися вже ні на що банально. Для мене, як там для умовного там на той час підлітка, спокійного життя не дуже то і хотілося, по-перше. А по-друге, якось після 2014 року така хвиля екзистенційного шоку все ж таки мене накрила. І чим більше я почав задумуватись про те, що це взагалі було, чому я там в підвалі ночую і все таке, і чому наше місто саме таке, яке воно є зараз. І насправді, в мене були дуже, я не знаю, це з 15 років в мене починали з'являтися ці думки про те, що дійсно хочеться щось зробити нове, що дійсно мене буквально вже дратує наша локальна ось ця культура, ну, яку організовує міська рада. Я зрозумів, що мені там дійсно ні на що дивитись, і мені було важливо бачити щось нове в моєму рідному місті. Насправді для мене було, коли я вчився ще в школі, для всіх було там всі підготовували нас, як школярів, до того, що ми зараз закінчимо школу, 11 класів, і поступимо кудись далеко-далеко подалі з цього регіону, там в Київ найкраще взагалі. Бо дійсно у Лисичанську навіть не було вищих навчальних закладів, а ті, які там були у Сєвєродонецьку, вважались доволі крінжовими. В общем-то, парадигма була того, що якщо ти хочеш кращого життя, просто їдь звідси. Мені це здавалось просто якось нечесно, банально. Чому я маю їхати кудись, якщо це моє місто, і я розумію, якщо я поїду, і ніхто нічого тут робити не буде, то нічого ніколи і не зміниться. Власне, якось там в мені вже 17 років мої друзі вирішили створити молодіжну організацію. Я до них долучився насправді з доволі... Я взагалі не знав, що я буду робити, в мене не було ні скілів, нічого. Я просто думав, що окей, ладно, ми будемо щось робити разом, я спробую щось вам допомогти, а по ітогу вийшло так, що через півроку роботи всі мої друзі, яку цю організацію зробили, просто розчарувались повністю. Я залишився банально один, але якось це теж було так дивно. Звичайно, це було для мене боляче, як ніби люди, які мене надихнули, зараз самі розчарувались. Але
чому?
Там багато причин. Насправді, ми всі були, вони теж були в якомусь сенсі ентузіасти, але хотіли, вони думали, що буде набагато простіше почати і там, не знаю, гранти писати якісь, ніхто з нас цього не вмів, звичайно, що чи там знайти якесь фінансування на проєкт. Коротше, ми цього не вміли взагалі. І, звичайно, що ми робили дуже багато помилок через це. Я навпаки, навчався, їздив там на різні тренінги, слава Богу, було дуже багато можливостей для різних активістів зі Сходу. Я цим доволі часто користувався, по-перше, щоб побачити, в принципі, що таке Україна, виїхати з рамки Лисичанська подалі, побачити, яке там інше життя буває, і, в принципі, новий досвід отримати, нові знання. Насправді, можливо, зараз у мене більше якийсь майндсет, не зовсім той куратора, а більше як активіста, мені навіть здається. Бо я від початку себе готував саме до якоїсь такої, ніби активістської роботи, в культурному секторі. І культура я вирішив займатися саме цим, бо мені цього, власне, і не вистачало. Звичайно, що я не міг вирішити всі фундаментальні проблеми міста, а місто банально помирало. Там більшість підприємств зруйновано або закинуто, там мінус 1000 населення кожен рік для міста, в плюс-мінус там 100 тисяч, це доволі багато. Люди масово виїжджають, 40% населення – це пенсіонери. Тобто для міста це дійсно катастрофічна ситуація. Я розумів, що, звичайно, я це змінити, можливо, не можу, але я можу хоча б додати хоч щось від себе, покращити життя, або зробити життя трохи цікавішим і показати нашій молоді щось інше, ніж пиво за гаражами і банки в гаражах ті ж. Коротше. Бо я таким теж був, але мені все одно хотілося трохи іншого, скажімо так. І я спочатку більше займався організацією різних фестивалів у Лисичанську. Здебільшого я їх запрошував, бо я не знав, тобто в мене не було якихось конкретних ідей, і так я банально вчився, я запрошував різні фестивалі до міста, я виступав там головним організатором і разом, тобто координував всю роботу на місцевості, в принципі, робив там це, щоб це все відбулося. У 2020 році в мене вже почали, скажімо так, в мене вже набралось ряд питань до міста, до себе і загалом до цієї всієї там нашої арт-тусовки. Наприклад, ми сьогодні ізоляцію згадували. Ну, мені здавалось дуже нечесним, що Схід ніби виглядав так, що це місце, куди люди приїжджали дивитись на війну, ніби там досліджувати її, просто один раз поїхати, зробити свій проект і поїхати. І мені здавалось, що окрім цього, типу на Сході якоїсь там локальної арт-тусовки немає. Є лише приїжджі, ну або мистецькі туристи, скажімо так, да, які просто приїхали там зробити проєкт і поїхати. Тобто я таким людям там водив екскурсії, звичайно, що безкоштовно, але просто, що коли ти робиш там вже 3 таких екскурсії підряд, ти розумієш, що якось годі з тебе, типу, камон. По-перше, мені не подобалась оця ніби якась дуальність, що з одного боку я сам не знаю, яка у нас мистецька сцена, але я знаю людей, які сюди приїжджають, і я там з ними час проводжу. Ну, звичайно, мені теж спочатку мені подобалося їм екскурсії водити, але потім вже це стало якось занадто. Потім інше питання – це було закинуті простори. Ну, їх було занадто багато. Насправді, я пройшов кожну вулицю Лисичанська, типу, власними ногами. І, звичайно, на це в мене пішло доволі, 22 роки життя, але місто я вивчив доволі непогано. І через це розумів, що мені банально неможливо вибудувати свій шлях по місту таким чином, щоб я не наткнувся на щось закинути. І я дуже давно, тобто для мене ці заброшки були своєрідними парками, тобто місцями рекреації, я там чилив просто зазвичай. Але мені хотілося також з ними щось зробити, бо це дійсно проблема. Іноді там доволі такі смішні пейзажі були, коли оця бельгійська лікарня, який найвідоміший об'єкт, але біля неї ще ж інший бельгійський об'єкт – це школа. Вони дуже поруч. І я просто дивлюсь, там останній дзвінок, всі ці діти йдуть напроти заброшки цієї гігантської, там на фоні просто руїна содового заводу, і тупо така маленька групка просто всю заброшку заходить. Тобто, да, я думав, що да, з цим треба щось зробити. Звичайно, що використати банально, бо цих просторів настільки багато, що їх неможливо ігнорувати. А третє, це що от дійсно я просто зрозумів, що я дійсно не знаю, яка у нас мистецька сцена, я не знаю, тобто я натикався на різних людей, які займаються там різними речами, не завжди професійно, дуже часто навіть по-аматорськи, але просто я розумів, що навіть цим людям банально ніде зібратись, вони не знають один про одного, і я по них майже нічого не знаю. Тому всі ці штуки, по факту, і стали для мене головним базисом для створення проєкту UKRAiNATV. Куратором я тоді не був і себе не вважав. Я просто робив це так, як мені бачиться, як мені подобається. Головною ідеєю саме і було робити виставки на заброшках. По-перше, щоб використати ці пухлини міста в якомусь сенсі і дати їм. Тоді я казав зробити щось живе всередині мертвого приміщення, бо дійсно наші виставки не завжди довго жили, але це як форма стріт-арту, так і має бути. По-друге, що мені було важливо об'єднувати людей, тим паче об'єднувати людей, які на той час там проживали в окупованих територіях України. Теж для мене це була, я не знаю, якось я одного дня так сів, подумав, йо-моє, це ж вже 6 років війна йде. І ці території до мене так близько, а я про них нічого не знаю. Тобто, да, я бачу новини, але загалом я не розумію, що в головах у цих людей. І це мене найбільше і лякало. В один момент тоді вже Інстаграм набув більшого такого поширення, вже він у всіх був, і я просто почав там в ленті в Інстаграмі себе бачити різних людей з окупованих територій, і я починав з ними спілкуватись. Іноді це виходило так, що вони самоорганізовували, щоб робити свої виставки теж на заброшках, там в Луганську. Що для мене було якимось дивом, що я зміг повпливати на цих людей, типу, навіть не бачачи їх вживу, але просто їм розповів про те, що відбувається у нас, і вони зрозуміли, що їм цього теж не вистачає. Власне, більшість людей, з якими ми працювали, ну, які на той час жили на окупованих територіях, вони зараз або в Україні, або за кордоном. Тому, можливо, це теж був мій вклад в те, щоб ці люди зберегли в себе якусь українськість.
Блін, я насправді тобі за це дуже вдячна, тому що як людина, яка сама з Донецька, для мене завжди оцей момент, ну, коротше, це був дуже болісний момент, коли ти їдеш в 2014 року і більше не вертаєшся, і ти абсолютно не розумієш, що відбувається з містом, з якого ти поїхав, і тобі перший час навіть страшно уявити собі, що там відбувається. Тобто ти настільки уходиш в якесь усунення і отрицання всього, що з тобою відбулося, намагаєшся асимілюватися якби на новому місці, просто знайти себе і якби сказати, що ця частина мого життя закінчилася, типу все. А потім, коли я почала задавати собі питання, що там відбувається, насправді для мене великим відкриттям, власне, була твоя книжка, яка вийшла це минулого року, «За вас, за нас і за Донбас». За назву розкажеш потім, бо вона все ще, типу, я її дуже так, не знаю, не можу всередині пройняти, вибач. Так, і, власне, завдяки її я дізналась про «Призму», це рейв, який відбувався в окупованому Донецьку, або про групу «Інакше». От, і я зрозуміла, що там є люди, які теж якби попри все комендантську годину, яка існує 2014 року і багато інших речей, там були люди, які хотіли щось робити в місті, навіть в окупації, класне для інших таких самих молодих людей, які там були. От. І тому мені здається, те, що ти збираєш це, архівуєш і робиш це доступним для людей, як, ну, не тільки для людей зі Сходу, а для якогось ширшого кола людей. Це супер класно. І, власне, я хотіла запитати, оскільки ти такий для мене зберігач цієї східної сцени, бо ти багато кого знаєш, якби ці ниточки зв'язків тримаєш.
Слідкую.
Так. Як в тебе ці продовжувалися ці зв'язки в 22-му вже році? І взагалі, бо твоя робота, очевидно, змінилась. Якщо це до цього був цей розвиток локальної сцени і міста, то в відсутності, власне, ну, якби Лисичанськ існує, але тебе там вже нема. Як відбулася ця, наскільки розумію, досить органічна трансформація того, чим ти займаєшся? Або, може, я помиляюсь, і це був якийсь поступовий шлях, до якого ти йшов?
Мені було взагалі важко прийняти факт, що мені тепер треба працювати з виставковими просторами. Бо насправді на момент створення проєкту UKRAiNATV у нас прямо в цьому там в стейтменті написано, що ми працюємо лише на заброшках. Тому в мене було дуже багато якихось таких внутрішніх конфліктів. Ну, ні, ну, воно може виглядати органічно, але насправді я прямо голову собі ламав над тим, що з цим всім робити і що мені тепер робити. І вообще, типу, от тільки я зрозумів, тільки я нащупав те, що от треба, ну, що я ну, і це ніби мене просто почву з-під ног вибило. Зараз мені дуже важко якось охарактеризувати, наскільки зберіглась оця наша локальна арт-сцена. Насправді вона, ну, тобто, звичайно, ми її в рамках UKRA намагались сформувати. Я не, ну, тобто, десь це вийшло, десь не дуже, але на той час була якась плюс-мінус стала спільнота. Зараз, коли всі де-інде, ну, тобто, хтось вже вдруге переселенець, зараз, ну, для когось, як ти кажеш, що да, типу, це там схід, це вже пройдений етап. Типу, хтось дійсно від цієї теми відходить, наприклад. Ну, я це теж можу зрозуміти насправді. Хтось, ну, тобто, якщо я би сказав, це якісь більш точкові об'єднання, ніж якась загальна спільнота. Бо наразі всі більш якось навпаки роз'єднані. Це насправді доволі... Я просто думав нещодавно про це. Це ж збирати якийсь розмовний клуб донбасят умовних, це ж насправді дуже травматична тема буде. Ну, тобто ми всі зіберемось і будемо за голову триматись разом колективно.
То не знаю, в мене навпаки.
Да?
Це дуже терапевтично. Коли нікому не треба нічого пояснювати, і ви нас, наприклад, розблоковуються якісь там спільні спогади, але вони завжди дуже такі ностальгічні, переважно про те, як було класно. Навпаки, це більше про якусь терапевтичну штуку, підтримуючу, я би так сказала, при тому, що раніше, я б сказала, що от після 14-го це було навпаки щось більш травматичне, а зараз навпаки. І мені було дуже цікаво, коли моя знайома сказала мені, що для неї зараз, вона теж з Донецької області, з міста Мирноград, і вона казала, що коли я їй розповідаю про свій там досвід 14-го року, він для неї дуже важливий, тому що вона морально готує себе до втрати. Типу, вона не хоче якби це усвідомлювати, але вона розуміє, що реальність, в якій ми живемо, вона така, що це може статись в якійсь короткій перспективі, на жаль. І ось цей обмін досвідом допомагає їй типу морально зрозуміти, якби як цю втрату прийняти для себе. Тому, да.
Ну, я як переселенець з другої хвилі, напевно, ще якраз не на тому етапі, коли я можу, типу... Ні, ну як, чолові моменти бувають, але якщо загалом казати за, от, типу, чи зберіглась оця вся там мистецька сцена, яку ми намагалися сформувати, то я би сказав, ну, десь 50/50. Деякі люди, яких ми раніше там, ну, з ними співпрацювали, виставляли, так, вони досі продовжують свою роботу, деякі вже ні. Ну, тобто там це ж дуже залежить. І тому наразі мені якось дуже важко на це дійсно відповісти.
А тобі не здається, що якби в Києві є своя оця східна сцена, у Львові вже є своя оця східна сцена?
Так, можна сказати так, да. В принципі, якраз у Львові зберегла ще така тусовка арт-резиденції плюс-мінус із Сєвєродонецька, на диво, до речі. В Києві, я думаю, що тут просто декілька різних спільнот, насправді, як там хаб Слави Бондаренка, плюс-мінус хіт-хаб, так і різні, про які, може, я навіть не знаю ще, бо я тут ще недовго живу. Тому в Києві дійсно більше переселенців зі Сходу, чим де завгодно, мені здається. Тому тут просто що момент, ну, типу, як нам всім об'єднатись, чи якось так. Не знаю. Я якраз останнім часом через роботу над всіми там нашими книжками трохи випав з контексту більш мистецького, насправді. І якраз мені хочеться відродити нашу виставкову діяльність як проєкту UKRA і знову робити якісь там більш колективні виставки чи що про Схід, продовжити це. Тому якраз це мені така задача на найближчі часи, в принципі, дослідити, хто тут зараз є і хто чим зараз займається. Бо дійсно я трохи з цього випав, бо документація пам'яті – це трохи інша річ.
Це на всю життя.
Та, на жаль, поки що так і схоже. Але, це просто, що одна справа – це документувати, а інша – це репрезентувати. І мені хочеться зараз, в принципі, займатися і тим, і іншим, в принципі. Просто, що поки що пріоритет падає саме на документацію через банальні об'єктивні причини.
Ти маєш на увазі документацію того, що було, власне, і в Луганській області, і в Донецькій області, і ти намагаєшся це зберегти?
Ну так, да, наприклад, як оця книга «За нас, за вас і за Донбас». В якомусь сенсі це мій магнум опус, та й не тільки мій, всіх, хто над цією книгою працював. Це рік роботи, і я свій текст писав півроку, кошмар просто. Але це якраз Про незалежні культурні ініціативи Сходу, ну, в принципі, Схід ніколи не сприймається, майже ніколи не репрезентується зі сторони культури. Це зазвичай або щось військове, або індустріальне, або шахтарське, ну, тобто різне. Про культуру Донбасу, ну, це дуже такий низовий діалог, скажімо так. Він ніби не прийнятий досі таким широким загалом. І ця книга, ну, для мене є дуже важливою в тому сенсі, що ми намагалися зробити енциклопедію ніби різних культурних ініціатив, які на Сході працювали 14 по 22 роки. На жаль, лише такий короткий термін, але за цей термін було дуже багато всього.
Ну, мені просто здається, що я б хотіла відреагувати на те, що ти сказав про культуру, що насправді я теж не сприймала якби місто, в якому я народилась, як якийсь культурний осередок. Мені здається, що це теж трошки щось, що було нав'язано ззовні. Типу, коли тобі кажуть, що ось тим, що ти маєш пишатися, переважно це подавалось через якийсь совєтський спадок, що оце було класне, да, нам розповідали там про Джона Юза і Соон, але типу, от все одно, що типу, ось ця мощь, вона прийшла якраз типу, в радянський час. І власне, ось все, що було пов'язано з культурою, воно на цьому відходило на інший план, і його так, типу, чомусь і продавали. Попри те, що ось коли відкрилася ізоляція, ну, в моєму місті, принаймні, це ну, для певної спільноти людей це було суперважливе місце. І мені здається, що ізоляція теж насправді багато вкладу зробила в те, щоб оцей імідж міста, яке не асоціювалося з чимось або індустріальним, або Донбас-арени, тільки типу, щоб воно теж трошки помінялось. От. І ще мені дуже відгукнулася твоя фраза, коли ти сказав, що Лисичанськ – це місто, яке дуже важко любити. Власне, як ти його полюбив? Це таке моє питання. І взагалі не знаю, мені часто якось, ну, в 22-му вже менше попадалося, до цього був якийсь такий трет про те, що ну, незрозуміло, що на вашому Сході типу класного. Індустрія занепадає, культури нема, нічого нема, так на що він нам треба? От я часто чула якісь такі штуки. І що б ти відповів на це прекрасне питання?
Ну, в мене є відповідь одна, за що інші любили Лисичанськ. Це, ну, тобто, за те, що це дійсно тихе, спокійне місто, за природу, за ті ж самі заводи, за індустріальний пейзаж, за небо, насправді, теж, там, за закати, за розсвіти. Я, звичайно, це теж, ну, за терикони. Я це теж, звичайно, що поділяв також. Але насправді Лисичанський любив за все те, за що його інші ненавиділи просто-напросто. За ті самі заброшки, за ту саму закинутість, за ущербну, ну, за якусь таку атмосферу якогось дивного анархізму чи що. Ну, ніби я от якраз сам для себе намагався це якось сформувати, і я до цього якось і прийшов, що для мене найкращим місяцем у місті був це листопад, коли це концентрат сірості, коли я не бачу сонця майже, коли все в грязі. Ну, тобто, отут я ходив і кайфував насправді. Я там в катарсис впадав, в мене там в ушах якийсь гул, і я просто там по полю сам гуляв. Ну, тобто, я до цього дійшов з часом, скажімо так. Це був для мене довгий такий момент прийняття, бо спочатку якраз мене дуже багато в цьому місці що бісило, через це я і займався тим, що хотів його покращити. А потім в якийсь момент я просто всі ці штуки прийняв і почав з ними працювати. Власне, да, насправді мій опис Лисичанська може дуже сильно відрізнятися від всіх інших людей, які в ньому жили, і, можливо, він навіть доволі збиває з пантелику ніби. Але, ну, це лише моя призма, і я розумію, що у всіх інших вона буде різною, просто що дійсно я як людина, яка там в заброшках просто як червь копалась, звичайно, я любив ці заброшки, що тут сказати.
Ну, ще вертаючись до того, про що ми говорили, коли люди зі Сходу збираються разом і починається це якась терапевтична розмова, я ще подумала про те, що часто ось ці художники і художниці з Донецько-Луганської області, які мали цей досвід втрати дому, вони так чи інакше опрацьовують цей досвід в своїх практиках, він часто невідривний від цього. І особливо, мені здається, яскраво це видно після 22-го року. І десь через рік на 2024 я почула ще одне дуже питання, яке мене вразило. В моменті, воно звучало так: Боже, ну скільки ж можна плакати по доміку, І я, чесно кажучи, тоді впала просто в ступор, я не знала, що відповісти на нього, бо я просто в моменті не знала, що сказати. Власне, ця виставка в просторі, якою ми говоримо, вона викомірує теж про цей досвід втрати і про твій певний, ось цей момент переживання того, як далі говорити теж про цей досвід. Тому, мабуть, почнемо з того, щоб ти відповів на ось це питання, якби ти хотів за нього відповісти. Моє перше.
Я сам собі це питання задаю насправді постійно. І в мене немає відповіді банально. Ну ніби скільки болить, окей, а якщо буде боліти завжди, це ж якийсь ураборос, виходить. Це навіть не хода по колу, це просто вже пожирання самого себе. Тому я дійсно не знаю, що робити саме з... Тобто, у нас є оці всі східна травма, скажімо так, втрата дому, всі діла. Звичайно, що вона найближчим часом, скоріше за все, не вирішиться, і ця рана буде відкритою, зараз є відкритою, і відкрита вже для когось 10 років, для мене зараз 3. І мені здається, що наш травматичний досвід може навіть заважати якомусь іншому діалогу про Схід. Бо для нас це дійсно болюча тема, від якої ми відійти не можемо. Я по собі це як мінімум, я не можу відійти. І мені би, наприклад, хотілося говорити за щось, можливо, інше, але якось не виходить, бо тут я відразу починаю думати за момент втрати і, можливо, за свій там персональний досвід і так далі. Тому Бог його знає, якщо чесно. Якщо буде боліти завжди, то, напевно, ми будемо завжди про травми говорити. Але це, звісно, не радує максимально.
Ні, моя відповідь потім вже через якийсь час була: скільки хочу, стільки і треба. Власне, тому що для мене цей досвід, чим довше ти його проживаєш, тим довше ти усвідомлюєш, що він не є плоским. Він з часом відкривається для тебе з якоюсь новою гранію, повертається до тебе. І насправді втрата не тільки забирає, як це не парадоксально, але вона часто здатна дати тобі якийсь погляд на місце. Ось, власне, через оцю дистанцію, яку вона вибудовує, ти можеш дивитися на ось це місце абсолютно з іншої перспективи і знаходити в ньому те, можливо, що я б ніколи не знайшла в Донецьку, якби я в ньому жила. Як це не парадоксально. І для мене це відкриття дуже сумне, але воно зараз мене підштовхує для того, щоб дізнаватись про місце, в якому я, можливо, вже сподіваюся, що колись побуваю, але в найближчій перспективі точно ні. Боюсь, що дізнаватись про нього те, що, мабуть, задавати йому питання, які би я хочу йому поставити, насправді, які в мене, мабуть, би не виникли, будучи там. І це досить цікаво. больно, але цікаво.
В мене загалом такі питання, бо я загалом з Білорусі. Я зараз також не можу повернутися додому, але ми всі розуміємо, що в нас війни немає, тому моє місто воно зостанеться таким, яким воно було. Але чи, наприклад, якщо ти з Донецьку, якщо б теоретично ти могла б колись повернутися, чи не боялась би ти повернутися туди, і побачити, як насправді драстично змінилося це місце?
Ой, складне питання. Теж це як твоє питання, яке ти продовжуєш собі ставити, не знаєш, як на нього відповісти. Я теж насправді не знаю. Я, мабуть, перший раз за всі ці роки вирішила зробити таку мазохістську вправу. Я зайшла на Ютубі відео, як, Донецьк виглядає зараз. І це був якийсь чувак, очевидно, з Росії, який ходив, як туром по центру міста, і він іде, і моя перша думка була: капець, я не впізнаю. І мені було дуже страшно в моменті. А потім я почала впізнавати, і мені стало ще хуже. Бо воно відчувається, це навіть не те, що воно, воно застигло в часі, і ніби оце якась застивша стара фотографія, стара фотографія, яка стоїть в шафі радянській за склом, на неї світить сонце, вона поступово вицвітає і сипеться. Отак він виглядає. І мені від цього, це жахливо. І я розумію, що тут я відчуваю свою абсолютну безпорадність, що я не знаю, що мені робити. Я, очевидно, розумію, що я, власне, нічого не можу з цим зробити, але, можливо, потенційно в якомусь майбутньому зможу, але те, що я можу робити зараз, це розповідати про місто, яке я пам'ятаю, про місто, в якому пройшла велика частина мого життя, і яке я хочу показати не так плоско, як було розказано про нього до цього, можливо. Знаходить якісь нові теж способи, як про нього можна говорити.
Якби я міг поїхати зараз в Лисичанськ, я б поїхав. Я б навіть не чекав до окупації, насправді. Але для мене це шлях закритий. Звичайно, якщо місце деокупують, я туди поїду відразу, я туди переселюсь просто і буду жити далі. А щодо того, щоб шукати нові методи, тут погоджуюсь насправді, бо в принципі, Лисичанськ – це в принципі було місто, про яке ніхто нічого ніколи і не чув. І тут треба, мені в принципі було такою задачею, в принципі, довести, що це місто існує на початку, а потім вже розповідати про нього, що воно таке було, а потім вже шукати якісь там нові символи, грубо кажучи. Я насправді, я можу уявити, в якому стані зараз, як мінімум, наші міста, там нашого трикутнику Лисичанськ, Рубіжне, Сєвєродонецьк. Там рівень руйнації дуже високий. Але навіть якщо б я отримав міста, скажімо так, як зараз вони зруйновані на 70-80-60%, мені було б окей, насправді. Тому це просто, хочеться, но коляться.
Що, будемо закінчувати на сумному чи на веселому?
А що таке сумно, що таке весело?
Не знаю, у мене є дві опції. Перша опція ностальгічна, друга опція східний відчай. Давайте виберемо східний відчай тоді. Насправді дуже магічне формулювання, яке мені дуже якось запало в душу, коли ти розповідав про нього на відкритті. Тому можеш розповісти про нього більше про історію, як ви до нього прийшли?
Я не знаю, це фраза моїх друзів з Харкова. Я скоріше став її амбасадором. Але просто, ну, я розумію, чому в них є східний відчай, бо, ну, звичайно, Харків там зараз, ну, окрім там постійних вибухів, доволі, в принципі, ну, тобто в них також самий страх, що вони насправді можуть бути, ну, доволі, у них є також страх втратити місто, вони, можливо, в такому ж стані такої, ніби, якщо не підготовки, то, ну, готування себе до того, що, ну, це може бути. А коли ми були в Ізюмі, там просто наслоїлось одне на інше. І ну, у всіх у нас були насправді дуже різні причини для цього відчаю, скажімо так. В мене був просто якийсь такий тотальний дисконект від всього. В інших, ну там, один із нашої групи мобілізовувався, його дівчина за нього дуже хвилювалася. Ну, тобто ми їздимо по Ізюму, Ізюм дуже розбите, деокуповане місто, там майже, ну, більшість людей це військові. Ми бачимо, як там будують нові фортифікації, це чудово, що їх будують, але, ну, ти розумієш, що в Україні все робиться в останні моменти, що це насправді підготовка теж до чогось. І ми якось всі в один вечір просто якусь шизу зловили тотально, ну, типу, я не знаю, там всі просто ридають через одного. Ну, я не східний відчай – це те, як я себе відчуваю доволі часто, коли думаю про документацію насправді. Ну, в принципі, про схід, коли думаю останнім часом, то якийсь відчай я і відчуваю. Як тут мене журналіст японський питали, як ти відчуваєш себе, що твій дім може стати розмінною монетою в переговорах у миру. І я навіть не знав, що відповісти. Ну, да, це я відчуваю відчай, напевно. Ну, тобто, це зараз просто для мене таке стале і тягле відчуття. І, ну, поки що єдине, чого мені хочеться, це якогось спокою, звичайно, що. Але наразі, ну, я розумію, що я не зможу відпустити цю там східну тему, і я навряд чи зможу коли-небудь взагалі відпустити її, бо таке відчуття, що мені просто мало що інше цікавить банально. Тому, ну, східний відчай – це, мені здається, те, як зараз себе всі східняки відчувають, здебільшого. От, коли ми думаємо про повернення додому, коли ми думаємо про те, що там відбувається зараз, або іноді навіть про минуле, про теперішнє, про там переговори, що завгодно, типу, я не знаю, відчай. Звичайно, що, ну, я не знаю, у нас ще до цього якісь доволі дивні веселі наративи завжди, які з реальністю не резонують зовсім. Тому,
наприклад.
Ну, зараз їх, до речі, вже нема, але це вже страшно, що їх нема, розумієш? Це означає, що тут вже і смішно нема нікому.
Які хоч були.
Ну, а яка в тебе була ця позитивна нота на завершення?
Шахтарський торт.
Шахтарський торт? Да.
Ні, ну, коротше, це була ідея про те, що часто, власне, мені здається, принаймні з моїми друзями впадаємо в якусь ностальгію, це як все було класно, типу. І, можливо, це якоюсь мірою інколи, от я не знаю, де тут межа між шкідливим і просто якимось приємним guilty pleasure, яке в тебе є, тому що, ну, от коли ти просто згадуєш, там, як все було класно, ти інколи задвігаєш, ну, твоя свідомість витісняє те, що було погане, і в ітогі залишається тільки щось таке яскраве. Чи є в тебе такі, типу, штуки, і як ти вважаєш, наскільки це треба, не треба?
В мене є плейліст, ну, на Ютубі поки що, я його називав Донбас Ультра. Це така збірна селянка з різних відосів про схід, які я знаходжу. І от як ти кажеш, в тебе там приємна ностальгія. Я от іноді сижу і думаю, Йо-моє, я ж колись ходив на паркур, і я починаю шукати там паркур Донецьк, паркур Луганськ, паркур Лисичанськ. Типу, я знаходжу іноді дуже дивні відоси. Там нещодавно знайшов цілий блог дідов, які голубей розводять, вообще кошмар. Ну, тобто, я вже не знаю, як на це реагувати. Тобто, чи можна це вважати якоюсь позитивною взагалі річчю, бо там вже цей плейліст, там більше 700 відео дуже різних. Для мене це в якомусь сенсі про ностальгію, а в якомусь сенсі про збереження, але таке фанатичне. Коли ти думаєш про те, що зберігати, а що ні. От, а що ні? Я на це питання досі не можу відповісти, що не треба зберігати. І тому, да, в мене бувають такі... Ну, це не... Як? Я знаходжу ці відоси, я потім там їх своїм друзям кидаю, там з Сєвєродонецька, з Лисичанська, типу, ці поля, що знайшов. Але чи це, ну, типу, чи можна це вважати якоюсь позитивною ностальгією? Я навіть не знаю, слухай. Ну, зараз в мене з'явилася ідея зробити з цих всіх речей серіал, наприклад. Типу веб-серіал про оцю, типу, зникаючу пам'ять Луганщини і Донеччини. Але я поки що відтягую момент, скажімо так.
Я поняла, як не крути, позитивно новий.
Та да.
Але все одно я дуже тобі дякую за все, що ти робиш. І насправді я пам'ятаю цю фразу, що ти сказав, що власне, коли ти робив цю виставку, тобі здавалося, що ти власне ходиш по колу і як ніби б'єшся об стіну, і якби не знаєш, як рухатися далі. І я пам'ятаю, що коли ми все-таки відкрили, ти сказав, що фу, все, може, в принципі, вважати, що можна рухатись далі, що є, якісь виходи є. Тому хай це буде наша позитивна на сьогоднішню розмову. І дуже тобі дякую за неї. Якщо у вас є питання, ми спробуємо на них відповісти, чи чого це я, ти.
За нас, за вас, за Донбас? Чому така назва?
Дуже. Якщо ви колись, вам стане цікаво, дуже рекомендую вам YouTube-канал, який називається «Дикий схід». І там є неймовірне відео, в якому розповідається, що означає Донбас. Вот. Чесно, ну, типу, просто раджу так, а взагалі, що сказати, ну, погане слово. Вживати не можна, тільки якщо ви не хочете сказати про Донецький угольний басейн.
Ну, ми коли думали, як назвати цю книгу, я якраз не хотів слово Донбас вживати насправді. Ми взагалі від нього хотіли відійти як надалі, так і на краще. Але в нас були якісь такі непонятні назви, типу там «Терра інкогніта», щось таке. Типу,
чого це?
Ну, тому що воно не відображало реальність «Терра інкогніта». Там було і до 14-го року багато цікавих речей. Тобто ми там, чи табула раса, ну, щось таке, типу. Але потім в один із моментів, коли, ну, тобто, за нас, за вас і за Донбас – це локальний тост. Це народна фраза. І незважаючи на те, що саме слово є, можливо, не ок, але, ну, тобто, я приїжджаю на Донеччину і там чую від какого-то діда, типу, цю фразу, яку мені він каже там в дорогу, типу, за нас, за вас і за Донбас. Мені ця фраза здалась якимось відповіддю на запитання, а наше було той схід розвивати взагалі. За нас, за вас і за Донбас. От і все. І мені просто здалося, що, типу, да, ми спочатку сіли, типу, з командою, ми посперечалися, але визначили, що окей, нехай буде ця фраза. Бо все ж таки, якщо ми вже хочемо зробити цю книгу такою собі подякою, то треба враховувати, скажімо так, локальний контекст. Ну, а локальний контекст такий, що це дійсно один із найвідоміших застольних тостів, який я чув з самого дитинства. Тому, да, я знаю, там ми якраз і писали про те, що не все є Донбасом. Що, ну, тобто ми це в книзі також пояснювали, але просто як дань уваження саме цій фразі, якісь такі локальній низовій алкогольній культурі, скажімо так.
Ні, але до мого персонального стида я сама почала для себе деконструювати слово «Донбас» вже в 2023 році. Тобто, у мене не було, власне, цих якихось питань до цього слова, і коли ти починаєшся чимось, іти вглиб цього питання і якось намагатись розбиратись, тоді знається, що частина Луганщини – це взагалі Слобожанщина, і індустріальна частина там тільки, по суті, південь.
Старобільськ – це Слобожанщина, Маріуполь – це Переазов'я взагалі. Да, звичайно. Ми ж це теж в книзі писали, що насправді термін Донбас не дуже той ок, але як дань уваження ми цю просто назву залишили. Бо
могло би ще Донбас порожняк не гонить.
Ми про це теж думали, але вирішили, що ця все ж таки фраза якось більше відповідає за мою мотивацію і за мотивацію інших розвивати той регіон взагалі. Я знаю, що не всім вона сподобалась, але з цим треба зміритись, що тут сказати. Я розумію, що кожного разу, коли ти кажеш за Донбас, треба пояснювати, про що ти саме кажеш насправді. Чи там це Донеччина, чи Луганщина, чи саме...
Чому вони взагалі разом? Да,
чи саме це взагалі угольний басейн. Це завжди треба пояснювати просто, що і так і є, але я думаю, що як в мові, там в якимось в обичному спілкуванні це ще, думаю, допустимо. В культурі, коли як, ми використовуємо, але доволі все ж таки обережно з поясненнями, що не вся Луганщина – це Донбас, не вся Донеччина – це Донбас. І взагалі Донбас, він йде від Дніпропетровської області до там Росії чи що. Да. Як і Северський Донець витікає з Росії і притікає в Росію.
Чи є ще? Якщо ні, то ми вам дуже дякуємо. І будемо раді, якщо що, продовжити цю розмову, може вже просто, так? Щоб ми не сиділи на стільчиках з мікрофоном.
Дякую за увагу.
Дуже вам дякую.
За запрошення.
Розділився на дві сторони. На одну, яка уособлює добро, світло і життя, і іншу, яка уособлює зло, темряву і смерть. 24 лютого – день, коли весь світ розділився на дві сторони. На одну, яка уособлює добро, світло і життя, і іншу, яка 24 лютого – день, коли весь світ розділився на дві сторони. На 24
Навіть копаться. Дай соломиться. Куйчат квірки шуйди. Tylko korna kaszły. Witaj, bo Ukraina! Witaj, bo Sakartową! Sajdźli kolonializm! Sajdźli imperializm! Sajdźli oligarchia! Tylko korna kaszły. Witaj, bo Ukraina! Witaj, bo Sakartową! Sajdźli kolonializm! Sajdźli imperializm! Sajdźli oligarchia!
Світло і життя, і інше, яка уособлює зло, темряву і смерть.
Thanks to Mistecki Arsenal for the music we're playing conversation with Vitaly Matyuchna, and this is part of a topic of the reflection about what we're doing today, and what is a part of our daily activity is a overproduction. Is an overproduction of footage, overproduction of experimental stuff, overproduction of knowledge, overproduction of information, overproduction of content, and then the life is very short, and we have less time to overthink it, and maybe to watch, to listen ourselves in a way. And this is the moment of some reflection at the end of this effort. This is also like in a way moment of the reflection in this season that probably we need more sustainable and maybe more reflective chapter in our activity. This is also the moment that Stream Network is growing and is real. It could be more or less interconnect, but it could be also in the future as an archipelago of separate, independent islands flowing to different directions like planets, and it's also fine. But this is also about this interconnection and about this overproduction, which coming not only from our studio. After 24 of February this year, which includes a huge of interferencing signals in a way. It's also part of the reflection how to consume this, how to focus on different parts, aspect, and parallel activities. Of course, this is the world. This is the reality. Everything is happening in a parallel ways. Everything is in the same time. But in the same time, if we try to catch something, think about something, exchange some knowledge, this is also kind of a production of the silence, production of the empty space for this kind of set of processes that we ask ourselves how to do this in future, how to do this now, and let's think together. This is also about Twitch issues, topic that you know or not. It's the end of yeah, but I'm looking for the term like eternal archivization. That there was like open space to keep archive in the Twitch channel, that now there's only 100 hours that you can keep the best selection, but this is the competition logic that maybe we need to also face, because this is also part of the new European Union drive or directions to reflect some new perspective on competition itself. There will be the Ministry of Competition soon, or it's even exists. There will be set of programs dedicated not still, of course, collaboration. Still, of course, that's all beautiful terms that came from post-enlightenment Europe. They are happy, up to date, but there is a new space for the reflection or overthinking of a competition itself. So let's also think about this competition, comparing, computing, and this is what we are doing today. This idea of replay studies is a part of this, is a part of being in the loop, is a part of mixology, mixing, remixing, is the part of thinking and working with archive and actualization of them. This is about infrastructure, of course, and storage itself. This is the working answer or the first step about what we need in this huge field of intersection between technology, production, and self-reflection, of course. And we are still like in between. We are finishing the F year, but we are starting this replay section in a way. The second part will be in next week. We will go to, for sure, we will go to Tbilisi, because I bring some footage, need to edit it, and this Dayach community and the protest song from almost 100 days of ongoing daily protest in Tbilisi. It was the opening of this final chapter of F-year, today's F-year, and my short closing speech. It was amazing time to be there, and this kind of strong energy I found there, and also kind of a meeting with new contacts also. We are still around this narrations about decolonization, about new colonial approaches, dangers, and enemies around. And this is what happened there. That's double or triple colonization in one way, and second way, and third way. But in other hand, some desperate illusions or desperate movement that people need to take power in their hands and fight because the government, it's not only about the strong and this large politics movement and movement into Russian imperial power over Georgian society, but this is also about the kind of the weakness of central power in front of daily life, and big gap between big city, very centralized way of governance in Georgia, and regions and countrysides and people living in all the state, also in front of huge crisis because of total snowing in last weeks in mountains regions, and all regions cut out from the communication with rest of the world without food, without any support, any service, and so on. But we will unbox it more also with people from there in next week. But what today? Today I'm sitting in the beautiful room with a view to all settlements of Tbilisi, and behind of me there is a Russian rocket. This is also something what I want to mention now, and send congratulations from UKRAiNATV to Żana Kadyrowa, and also say thank you for this kind of little but very strong collaboration in our 24 February multi-streaming event, and its part in Tbilisi under the title Georgian Poetry, where there's the sticker Russian rocket was installed, and still we left it there as a reminder. And so this is the part of Ikalto art residency environment and reminder of the project that we will be back with also in next week. So congratulations one more time to Żana Kadyrova for the Taras Shevchenko National Ukrainian Prize. And good to mention that in the 20 years of the history of this prize, this is the first women artist who got it. So the congratulations one more time. Thank you for the affair. Stay with us. And some music from Ikalto art residency and Georgian poetry still in the background, and we will leave it. This every day, period, chapter, and this is also from there. Bloody Georgian poetry. Bye bye.
Thank